How is everybody doing today? We are slightly running behind schedule. I blame everyone but myself, as is usually the tradition. How are you doing, sort of a demon? Hot coffee, you say, the Starbucks special, when you can't trust your staff to competently brew anything potentially edible, so you have to heat water to the fourth state of matter, because that is an acceptable liability compared to food poisoning. Righty ho. We are hopefully live both on YouTube and on Twitch because I seem to have finagled the correct way of actually launching a stream like that. Let me compress that Chrome video over here. Yay or nay on the desk pet? I'm still kind of up in the air about that one. You know what? Don't trust anyone, even you, especially you. Let me see. Let me see. You know what? Let's put some eye candy on the stream in a non-invasive way. Where is that desktop mate? There it is. I definitely don't advocate jailbreaking desktop mate to still be able to run foreign VRM models. Sweet, sweet summer child. They thought that they could actually prevent us from gooning. Okay, but we do have a bit of a backlog today, especially since I kind of forgot that I was supposed to do a tea tasting today. Good thing I didn't announce it. And therefore I forgot to set it up, so that's not a big issue. That's probably going to be moved to our Saturday stream, so look forward to that. Please launch desktop mate appropriately with transparency, please and thank you. Should probably done this in advance, shouldn't have I? Okay. Silly anime woman, you go over here. Oh, now I need to find your layer, don't I? But yeah, I hope you've enjoyed the all of the sillies that we've participated in with Digby last Saturday. I fully anticipate that probably watching, rather playing Fast Food Simulator is a little bit more fun than watching it. And I take full responsibility, and I assure you it will happen again. Right. So, let's start with news that requires us to read, shall we? So, the same colorful individual, whose seething article we've read about Wheeler, has recently posted a smear article about none other than Kirsche Verstahl. And in this household, we do not tolerate bad-mouthing the Porsche. So we're going to be dragging that rag of an article through the mud where it abso-fucking-lutely belongs. Let's go for a click through to the shithole website known as Vice. So we're going to set that aside. But in the meantime, we have a lot of rage bait to go through today. So don't worry, there's enough to go around. We're going to start relatively light. Alana has had a rare L take. Alana generally is rare to be wrong, but when she's wrong, she's fucking wrong all the way. So let's get through this one real quick. Oh, hey there, Suka. Smell some steel beams, hell yeah, brother. Trust the plan.
Let me read this. This is a green text post from 4chan.
Journos aren't human beings. This is very well known. Yeah, you see, since I am well aware of the fact that my account is shortlisted for, how should I put this, moderation action, I couldn't put the more appropriate instruction as to how to react to dirty smear merchants. Well, listen, it's a day ending in Y when a dirty smear merchant is crashing out in written form. But what else is new? Also, how are you doing today, Sukadri?
Let me read this. This is a green text post from 4chan.
That's an account that's having some rough times. He might even call that a content drought. With 4chan still being kill, he doesn't really have green text to farm anymore.
My wife has a make-believe job, and it's kinda annoying. Her day is Wake up at 8:28 alarm. Damn,
Mm-hmm.
that's nice. That's late.
Pretty sure I don't wake up past 9 a.m., but whatever.
Clock in virtually.
Okay.
Maybe make coffee. Maybe work out. Join Zoom call at 10.
Okay.
She literally says hello and hangs up. Sees a client around noon.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe a second one at 1 o'clock.
Okay.
Stops for lunch. Maybe goes to a thrift store or Target. God, that sounds fun. Thrift store time. Gets home at 2. Work is officially over. Clocks out virtually at 8 hours she has an alarm set for. She makes more than me.
Okay, so off of the beat. If this is... sorry, I need to reach over for my tea. If this is not bait, this is someone who does not understand what white-collar jobs are. And he also doesn't understand how added value works. So the reason why white-collar jobs look like they're not really doing a lot while being handsomely while being handsomely compensated is the reason okay, let me take this one from the top. So the reason white-collar jobs seemingly look like they're not real jobs while being handsomely compensated is that per action you perform in said white-collar job, you generate enough added value to justify the position existing. No company wants to run itself into the ground outside of fringe cases such as diversity hires and whatnot. Those are a bit of a standout case, and that is usually subsidized by investor money. Normal for-profit companies don't do that. So from the green text here, this looks like a sales-oriented job. If there are client-specific meetings, 1 or 2 throughout the day, it means that it's likely a job that has to do with commission work and high-ticket sales. The morning call via Zoom, although I'm not sure why Zoom. Zoom is a compromised service. It's not very secure. Most people don't like using Zoom, but that's besides the point. Maybe it's an old green. No, it's not an old green text, 23. But my point being, the morning check-in is basically people receiving instructions, checking in with the fact that they are present, and, receiving any kind of information that may be germane to the remainder of their day. And yeah, 2 client meetings per day, even 1 meeting every day, as long as that leads to a sale at the end of the sales cycle, that usually justifies, in commissions alone, having that person on staff. And that is why, yes, it looks like a generally non-stressful work environment. It looks like she's not doing a lot. That's because she's good at her job. So, cope and seed, I guess.
This would make me so angry. Like, actually. What is this job? I will explain. I will explain. Chat, I will explain. Give me a minute. I gotta gather my thoughts. She's a VTuber? Bro, there's no way. Join Zoom call at 10 and...
So yeah, I'm gonna go off the bat. Content monkeys have to put in more hours in order to operate channels. This is the reason why I can't really operate my YouTube at the cadence I should be operating it at in order to see consistent growth. That's why there's, at best, a single episode of the Whole 8 Tatami podcast every month, as opposed to there being one every 3 to 4 days, which would be the optimal cadence. That's why the VODs come out so sporadically whenever I actually get around to editing them down into topics. That's because I have a real ass job, and I also don't want to spend every waking moment I have free in order to pump out slop. But if you want to be a serious full-time content creator, that's basically what you have to do. You need to run a content mill at the expense of quality and your own personal enjoyment. But as for actual work impacts, I work at a pretty similar cadence, outside of the fact that I don't really see counterparts or clients directly. Most of my interactions are through calls. And yes, I will wake up at 9 a.m. if I don't have any European calls. I will have, hey there, Trash Gamer. I'm explaining white collar jobs to people who watch Smuggalana, I guess. Um, Hopefully trying to educate smugglers on the fact that, maybe not every job has to be through the trades. And it doesn't mean that it's a less valid job. But as I was explaining, I'll usually have 2, maybe 3 calls throughout the day with potential clients. And at the end of that, depending on how deep they are in the pipeline, I will lock down a deal that is going to generate an amount of money that justifies my position existing. Never really watched her other than the one video she got emailed by interest. I'm I think I know the video you're referring to. I can't quite place my finger on it right now. I may have repressed it. I don't watch her live just because she's a big VTuber. The chat room is zooming. There's not a lot of interaction to be had, and I don't like watching VTubers who don't interact with their chat, and by that I mean me specifically. So unless I'm acknowledged by the streamer, I typically won't watch the live. I do kind of enjoy the sloppa she's putting out on the YouTube channel. Looks like a Walmart Kersha. Well, first of all, the Fox women interact amongst themselves. I'd say Kersha has higher quality and more in-depth analysis for what she does. But Alana she's well-intentioned and she's generally nice. That, and she has a little bit more Russia-specific expertise, which is sometimes good, although her Russia-specific expertise is also a little bit floaty. Your mother always tried to beat it into your heart that the only way to get through life was to either have a job in the trades or enlist in the military because you're black and never agreed with that. Yeah, you kind of shouldn't have agreed with that, and yeah, that's generally not the case. Although, realistically, the trades are actually a banger way to generate cash flow these days. Problem is that you still need to rely on certain skills that are, I wouldn't say they're monopolized by academia, but academia is a good way of procuring those skills and knowing how to run finance, knowing how to set up accounting for your company. But then again, all of that knowledge is now freely available on the internet. So I'd say your mom has arrived to a correct conclusion situationally through the wrong train of thought, so to speak. Yeah, let's keep going.
Get home at 2? Like, what? Oh my god! Explain to me how an AI can't do this.
AI can't close sales. AI can't manage client accounts. AI can't upsell. AI can suggest things, but there's not that persuasive element of human to human interaction. Because a lot of sales and a lot of account management is relationship management, and AIs are notoriously bad at that. Especially, it depends on the industry. Generally, your approach is going to be unique depending on who you're dealing with. Like, I deal with a large variety of counterparts. Some of them software companies, others are straight up military contractors. Sean Strickland called out David Goggins, apparently. Oh boy. Mean Girls drama with grown ass shaved headed men? I can't wait.
Oh, but we need, like, to pay people for this job, obviously. Let's assume this is real. Chat, like, let's assume this is real, and this is not a fake schizo 4chan post about some guy seething that his wife is making more money than him. Whatever. Like, let's say it's real. We watched a video a while back, maybe like a month or 2 ago, by how many how I think it was like how stuff works or how many works that explained this. Essentially, 2 things happen. Number 1, companies have to meet a diversity quota, at least formerly. I don't know about now, right? Like right at this moment. But
okay, I'm gonna stop her right there. There is no externally enforced diversity quota. The federal requirements and federal law currently sets up an environment where if someone can prove that they didn't receive an advancement along their career, or if they were fired over any kind of prejudicial attitude, then that can be prosecuted by a court as as a labor dispute, as a valid labor dispute. That's the only thing that federal law realistically does, at least in America. We're going to be staying specifically in America because the green text has an American flag on it. European companies are a little bit different, and even then, I believe the European quotas are specifically for board seats and C-suite, which is, yes, completely retarded, but irrelevant for the conversation at hand. So no, that's I am going to be the first one to cast the stone at the fucking bridge grift, ESGs, or whatever the hell diet communism is being marketed as today, but that's not it.
But often didn't have the positions to fill them. So nothing jobs were a great way to hit those diversity quotas and get whatever incentive, be it a federal grant or whatever.
If we're going, first of all, I'm not going to go into the specifics of federal grants. There may have been targeted federal grants based on what we're seeing after the dissolution of USAID. It seems that not a lot of that money was going into for-profit companies. And we're still assuming that this is a for-profit company because there are clients. So nothing jobs are a thing. Usually, if you want to buff those numbers, those are going to be low-paid jobs, and they're going to predominantly be in HR. If it's anyone client-facing, no. You want people who actually know their shit. You want people who are going to do numbers, who are going to hit quotas. That is a non-negotiable, because those people get paid a fucking lot of money. If you are in an account management position dealing with high-ticket sales, you cost your company a shit ton of money. You cost them in direct payroll. You cost them in payroll tax and Social Security withholdings. If they offer any kind of benefits, that's also an expense. Your medical coverage is also an additional expense that you typically don't see. To employ people in America costs a shit ton of money.
I've also listened to a podcast or like some sort of like it's just like a one-man
Podcasts are bad sources of primary information, by the way.
podcast
Unless it's a podcast that is led by a specific professional in his field, like, for example, Huberman's podcasts, like Peter Attia's podcast, like Mark Bell's Power Project. Those are podcasts. Those are single issue, single topic podcasts operated by narrow specialists who know what they're talking about.
Of a guy talking about how nothing jobs are essentially ruining America and the economy. I forget what it was called. I think it was back in like 2020, and how COVID exacerbated this problem. Why are the least labor and mental intensive jobs paid the most and vice versa?
Sales are extremely mentally intensive because you need to operate in an environment where there is not a lot of clarity in terms of your playbook and your processes, and there is generally a high expectation of you delivering. You work in an unstructured environment. I say that as someone who's worked sales for software as a services. And before that, I worked in venture capital funds in a fundraising capacity, which is also essentially sales, but, different product, different shit, different day. No, it's actually very mentally taxing. There is a reason why salespeople compete with stock traders on their consumption of alcohol and cocaine.
I don't know. I'm not in charge of a corp of Vorpa. Hi, Billy Mays here, selling you a waifu cup, only available for 2 weeks. Okay, cut the camera. Cut the camera! Don't forget to click the link in the video description below. Don't miss out!
You see, Sukadri, you say she's a Walmart Kersha, but Kersha doesn't have jiggle physics that nice. She's mostly stationary. And Alana still delivers.
Smugglers, listen up. Breaking news. GamerSubs has extended the
Should I get an InfoWars style background or overlay for something? I think that would go so fucking hard.
Order by 1 week. So now you have until the 28th of April. All right, back to you, Tom. My point is, well, there's number one. There's 2 points. The second point is when the federal government.
The janky font model is part of the gimmick for who? For Kersha or for Alana? I don't think Kersha's current model is janky. She has a very nice model these days.
Government.
It's just that she doesn't really make use of it, you know, being a full-scale 3D model. Kersha? Yeah, I don't think she has any jank on it anymore. Like it's a very nice model. The sort of very pronounced anime style blend shapes are very well made. Like her older model looked like a very well designed Vroid, but her current model is very upscale. Haven't watched her regularly for some time. You remember the 3D model? Yeah, I think you may be referring to the old one.
Aggressively prints money, which happened like I think
wait,
like 3
what the fuck?
There's 2 points. The second point is when the federal government aggressively prints money, which happened like I think like 3 times recently in the last like 5 to 10 years. It doesn't do anything if it doesn't get into the economy. Like that's, if you print a lot of money, you have to inject it into the public, essentially. No pun intended. If I remember correctly,
they need to inject it into circulation is the full term, but okay.
He said it's essentially fake money for fake jobs, like in the.
Okay, that's not how that works. The federal government, predominantly, at least in the last decade, prints money to pay for shit that is on the budget as a government expense, and there is not enough tax revenue to pay for it. We are basically, it's printing money to close the deficit that we have in our spending, and we have been at deficit spending for longer than I've been alive, which is a separate issue entirely. That's why. So the way the federal government disperses said freshly minted money is usually through government contracts. You can find an exhaustive description of those in the Golden Fleece Awards that Rand Paul hosts every year, where he goes through idiotic government spending. That's one direction where that money is going. So it's going to government grants. A lot of it goes to schools. A lot of it goes to government contractors, like military contractors. And then downstream from there, it's being dispersed as salaries, as payroll tax, in basically as all of the payments that you would expect from a normal operation of business. It will just naturally find its way into the economy because the people receiving, or rather, for example, they'll place an order with Raytheon for I don't know, another ICBM. I don't remember if Raytheon makes ICBMs. Raytheon will then pay salaries to people who work in Raytheon. And then the people who work at Raytheon will also probably have health insurance. So then a part of that money is going to go into the insurance companies, and they also will pay salaries. And then Raytheon will pay for their utilities on their San Antonio campus or wherever the fuck theirs is. And then the people who receive those salaries will patronize local businesses, and that's how you sort of get that trickle-down economy going down from large government contractors. You don't need to invent jobs. You basically, in order to inject a mass of money that you have printed, it's enough to just pay people salaries or pay them for contracts, because that's the initial reason why there was a need to print said money.
The video that we watched, as in, imagine you're the government and you've printed $1 billion as an economic stimulus, but it's just sitting in banks. It does nothing.
No, if you're printing money to cover economic stimulus checks, those were dispersed through the IRS, and those were just directly claimed by people filing their tax returns. For which, by the way, I have deliberately refused my economic stimulus checks. I've received 0 stimmy checks, and that is why I am better than all of you.
You have
Present company excluded, of course. I'm fine that I am in. I'm sure that I am in the company of upstanding gentlemen who do not take handouts from the government.
to get it into the hands of the people, the public, so that they spend it to stimulate the economy. Thus, the nothing jobs. That's what
You don't need nothing jobs for that. The people claiming it through their tax returns is sufficient. You didn't even get handouts in Europe? Oh, that's right. You just got fucked. Oh, that's okay. See, neither did I. But just like health insurance, I had a choice to do that. How are you doing, Mandalore?
why this. We assume that this chick has a job and then she just goes to Target and spends that money. That's what they want. Yeah. Too bad they couldn't give it to people who actually work. No, because those people are gonna save money to buy a house, but they want people to spend and consume in that moment. And women, this is statistically proven. This is another thing that kind of ties in with the like stimulate the economy part. Women love to spend money on crap. Why do you think there's a meme about white women going to Target and buying Starbucks and walking around drinking their Starbucks and leaving their stupid Starbucks coffee cup that's half full in the fucking shelf that people have to clean up and look at? Sorry, I'm triggered. I see that shit all the time and it sets me the fuck off. I'm like, I want to strangle that person. I want to slap them across the face and make them clean it up, but it's not.
I'm gonna half agree. Don't leave your fucking half-finished Starbucks in a public area. It's not nice to the people around you. It's generally an antisocial thing to do. You're learning for your first test of your degree next week. Good luck with that. But the statistic Alana is citing there isn't exactly accurate. She's slightly misremembering it. Women are the predominant spenders in the economy because they are usually the ones managing day-to-day expenses for households. So, and usual, it means that we have women both controlling their own expenses if they are single, but also controlling the expenses for a household where the breadwinner is the man, where she either brings the minority of the income or none at all because she's a stay-at-home wife, in which case she still controls the buying power, but she's not the one earning the money. So that's why women are the predominant source of consumerist spending, just because that's always been like that. You don't need to invent any additional jobs for that to happen. If anything, millennial consumerism, I'm pretty sure, is pretty evened out. Like, there are things to spend on for both sexes, and you don't really need to contrive a reason to justify that.
Not my problem. So I usually pick it up and like put it somewhere else, maybe in the trash, but that's besides the point. Women fucking love to spend money on crap. Men save money usually. Guess I'm a woman then? No, that doesn't mean you're a woman just because you go to Target once or twice. I'm talking about the ones that go there all the time. Like, oh my god, I'm gonna go to Target. I'm gonna go on Thursday. And like they do this like every other day or like every week pretty much. Yeah.
What the fuck is there to do at a Target several times a week? Like, I get groceries from Target rarely. Your mom has always been terrible with money, so that checks out. Eh. Like, not to minimize and dismiss your experience, which is that's an observation that you've correctly made. I just think it's separate from the problem that Alana is trying to connect here.
Yeah. Not in my family, my mom is very stingy. I'm saying this is a statistical fact. Like, you can look it up. Women are the ones that stimulate the economy by buying stuff. Men are more likely to save money and be more fickle.
That's the statistic that she's misinterpreting. Women control more purchasing power because they are usually the ones running the household day to day.
It's not a like guarantee. There's obviously people, but like I remember reading the statistic that 70 to 80% of women, they are the ones that spend money the most on like frivolous things, like I don't know, like cups and dishes and toys and stuff. I don't know. Yeah, young women in particular, actually. Yes, that was the statistic as well. But I'm explaining it like pretty poorly, and I also deviated, but because I'm a dumb anime fox girl. But hopefully, I got it somewhat right. That's pretty much how this works. How does one get a job like this? Be a woman.
No, you just need to have a college degree, and you need to intern as a sales associate or a sales intern in a high-speed environment. Dishes for decorations is crazy. There are some nice decorative dishes. One of the instructors from whom I've learned jujitsu, their family's primary trade was gilded dishes with like picturesque scenery of Japan. It's nice. Like it's an okay accent piece. I personally lean more towards teaware, but then again, my teaware is 90% of it is usually locked away in a cupboard and sometimes inside of a box. So, like, it's not even decorative. I'll take it out of the box, I'll use it, I'll wipe it down, and then I'll put it back in the box. I have like a full cupboard stuffed with Pavlovia boxes, and that's not even half of my collection. I try to rotate it in and out so that I get, good use out of my stuff because it's nice stuff and I got it to use it. But yeah, it technically serves even less utility than a decorative plate. What was the point I wanted to make? I forgot.
Welcome to advanced serfdom. No matter what you make.
Oh, right. How do you get a job like that? You need to be college educated and you need to be ready to eat shit in a sales role because sales is not fun. Sales is suffering. Sales is living with a quota hanging over you. And if you survive that environment, you will be allowed to grow. Granted, there are extenuating circumstances, there are external limitations that you will face. For example, in modern America, in a lot of companies, especially public companies, especially ones where BlackRock has gotten their grubby little fingers in, like myself as a white heterosexual man, I will be swimming upstream. But I'm also in the top percentile IQ per IQ, so I typically show the numbers that justify hiring me over someone who's going to check a box. So I do okay for myself. Well, you see, sort of a demon. The problem with colleges is that the humanities are usually the source of low quality college graduates. Now, there is realistic bloat. Colleges needed to figure out useless degrees to sell to idiots and charge them the same money that they would be charging, for example, MBA students, so people who actually learn practical shit. And that has led to bloat. There was also a push. Now, there was a push from the federal government to accept more women into colleges to get more college educated women. And that has led to the creation of useless degrees. That is actually where there's a lot of bloat, and that's very real. Most of those people end up in HR because they are not professionals and they don't know much about anything. But that's a separate problem from the one we're trying to discuss here.
The government will always take its cut.
Although realistically, I think for entry level sales jobs, you don't even need a college degree at this point. I haven't looked at entry level jobs for quite a while, but basically, if you go on LinkedIn and you just look for sales associate, sales intern jobs, yeah, that is the trajectory to eventually being able to do that. In order to be in my current position of waking up at 10 a.m., taking my morning calls, eating my lunch, and then going to the office, I had to eat shit for in excess of 3 years working in audit with big corporate clients, sort of establishing a pedigree for myself. Is my Venian shitting itself again? Yes, it is. I'm gonna give it a moment. Can you please? There you go. I think I have one of those lovely NVIDIA bugs, which causes my card to overheat. And I, of course, did nothing about that before stream, because why would I? Let's check the temperature. It's probably not great. Woo wee! Nice. 100 degree on everything. Let's swing those fans into overdrive real quick, just to give it some space to cool down. But yeah, to answer the question of how do I get this job, look for entry level jobs and be prepared to live in hell for 3 to 5 years, depending on how fast you can move through a specific company. Smaller companies will usually have a little bit less growth in terms of title changes because larger companies have that a little bit more streamlined. And yeah, like I got to a current place where I'm relatively comfortable by enduring the suffering of professional services companies. That's you have to go through the crucible to earn a cushier job because A, you need to develop those soft skills that you need in higher end jobs, and B, you need to form a resume that will get you those jobs. And yes, VTubers and other talking heads, people who have not held real jobs, typically are very ignorant of that context.
What's serfdom? I don't know what that means. As the guy who cleans it up, I agree there's literally trash cans all over the store. It's wild. I hate that shit so much. I hate it when people leave, like, Starbucks shit in Target. Sets me off.
Oni Dojo,
Key, do
don't
you
litter.
feel about Walmart greeters? LOL. What? What's the question? We're talking about Target. What's Walmart got to do with this? So true. Yes, queen. What? Serf equals person who belonged to the land, essentially as slaves. Oh yeah, kinda. Like with the housing crisis right now, no one owns houses basically.
While the boomers own the houses as a large cohort.
Yeah. BlackRock owns everything. You will own nothing and you will be happy. Medieval society. Oh, I knew I knew the word serf from somewhere, but yeah. How do you feel about Traggart? I love Traggart. I'm white woman. I love Starbucks. I love spending money. I love buying crap that breaks in 2 seconds.
Practice civil obedience. I wouldn't call not littering civil obedience. I'd say it's base mark decency. Baseline decency. Sorry.
Seconds. I don't know. I worked at like retail, so like I hate it when people leave stuff like specifically trash in the store. I'm like, bro.
Brain actually has anti-litter software installed. Always throw away your trash and or recycle if possible. Yes, very true.
Oh, just hold on to it for literally like 2 seconds, man. It's not that hard. I'm 28 and the only reason I have a house is because I inherited it. Yes, that's pretty much like the case for most people. You either have to be extremely rich, your parents have a lot of money to begin with, or you inherit it because your parents pass away.
Or you need to be willing to not live in urban areas. I think Terry posted a house recently in like far north Texas that's like in the middle of bumfuck nowhere. You can just get like a what? Was it a 4 bedroom house for $145,000? Which if you wait for a better interest rate, is very sustainable for a lot of median earners. But people want to live in big cities. They want to live downtown, especially young people. And yes, that real estate is expensive. It's senselessly expensive because there's a lot of competition for it.
Yeah. There's people that are basically betting on the fact or like hinging on the fact that in about 20 years when they grow up, or maybe like in 30 years, their parents may pass away naturally and then they get a house. That's pretty much what people are hedging on. Oh, that was another point I wanted to bring up. Hold on. Women working. Oh, right. Again, chat. The problem is not that women have babies. Like, right now, also another thing that I've also, like, read through, like, a bunch of schizo posts is that people say that these women who have jobs are basically selling away their ability to have babies at an early age, which is healthier, like, biologically speaking. And people are figuring out that maybe there's, like, a reason why there's a lot of women in the workforce. A, because the economy's fucked and you need to have 2 partner households.
Well, it's kind of a chicken or the egg kind of problem because wages are suppressed by an excess of available labor. I mean, I'm not advocating for women to be excluded from the workforce, but if they were, we would all be essentially experiencing a doubled wage. So you do with that information what you will.
But the third one is basically like population decrease because there's not enough people making babies. This is a statistical fact. You're basically selling away your womb early on so they can have a career to have babies later. I think the average age of women having babies now is like what, 32 maybe? 31?
She's kind of bouncing all over the place with that one. Like there's not really a coherent argument being made here. It's a little tinfoil hat even for me. Yes, people in post-industrial economies tend to have children later. It is a combination of them spending more time in education, a lot of them aspiring for quote unquote independence. Some of it are false goods sold to us by feminism. Like it's a complex and layered issue.
Which is pretty late, biologically speaking. That's another little tie-in here that I thought about.
I mean, we also tend to pair bond on a permanent basis significantly later in Western societies, and even in post-industrial societies. We get married later because what is the alternative? Marrying off girls when they are teens to sometimes men 10 years their senior? I mean, the world's going to be significantly more ordered. There's going to be significantly less single parenthood and therefore less downstream criminality. But girl, you are you sure you want to pursue that line of logic? I'm fine with that. I have no horse in this race.
I was like, damn. Can't make babies if everyone's working and stressed. Imagine the stress you feel as a person who has a partner. Yeah, like you don't have time for this shit, man. People are scared. Yeah. But what do I know? I'm just a dumb fox girl on the internet.
Okay, I'm not gonna use derogatory terms to dismiss Alana's opinions. I will, however, couch them in the fact that she's never worked a job of adult seniority. Okay, let's see. I have a lot to work through today, actually. There's a quick press conference with RFK Jr. Let's take a quick look at that.
Thank you, Speaker Schultz. Thank you to Dr. Mark Hyman, who's been my friend and partner on these issues for over 20 years. Thanks, Onii, who's been an extraordinary leader. And then Marty McCary, I'm so grateful that you agreed to join the administration. And Jay Bhattacharya, will you guys come up here and stand behind me? We have an amazing team at HHS. When my uncle was president in the 1960s, we had the healthiest people in the world. And one of the basic assumptions of our country was that because we were robust people, because we were vigorous, because we were tough, we had what my uncle called this beef jerky toughness, that was responsible for our country being the land of the brave and the home of the free, the greatest industrial power in the world.
Having a significantly lower number of Indians also probably contributed to that. I'm just saying.
The wealthiest country. We owned half the wealth on earth when my uncle was president, and part of that was because of the vigor of our society. And that's one of the reasons he started the Presidential Council on Physical Fitness, because he saw that he felt that Americans were getting soft, and it was going to steal from us and erode all of our leadership, our moral authority, and our values, and our role as an exemplary nation. And since his death, we've had this extraordinary chronic disease epidemic. When my uncle was president, 3% of American kids had chronic disease. Today, it's around 60%. And And these are a broad category, the ones that Marty mentioned, like ADHD, the neurological disorders, ADD, ADHD, speech delay, language delay, tics.
See, on the subject of ADHD and ADD, I think a lot of those have to do with just ridiculous changes in diagnostic guidelines. I think people are being overdiagnosed, and that is also a problem because typically when someone is diagnosed with that, they're also being medicated. And that creates a perverse incentive for sort of for the diagnostic environment. Say it louder. What do you mean? Oh, yeah. But that also creates a perverse incentive for doctors to diagnose people with ADHD more and basically just pathologizing normal hyperactive sort of male pattern childhood behaviors, which is also a problem, but I think it's a separate problem.
Tourette syndrome, narcolepsy, ASD, and autism. All of these are injuries that I never.
Yeah, these are no, the rest of the list that he rattles off later, that's an entirely separate issue, and that has to be tackled separately. Like, one thing is overdiagnosing people with ADHD, another thing entirely is the increased propensity in actual severe neurological symptoms, such as the ones that he's just listed. So that is completely valid. Sorry, I'm just quickly checking. Oh, there you are, sort of a demon. Look at you, two places at one time. So you are. Let me try to pull chat in, actually. Pop out chat. For some reason, it doesn't like having chat in OBS. Let's see. How do I manage this dock real quick? Custom browser. Stream information. Come on, YouTube chat. That removes it entirely. I don't want it to do that. Inspect. That's not what I wanted to do. Just a second. I'm figuring out a quick technical kink here. Is there a right click here? Custom browser dock. Oh, there it is. Okay, we figured it out. Fantastic. Now I can see you there, sort of a demon.
Heard of when I was a kid. They were not part of the nomenclature. They weren't part of the dialogue. There was zero spent in this country treating chronic disease when my uncle was president. Today it's about $1.8 trillion annually. It's bankrupting our nation. 74% of American kids cannot qualify for military service. Well, how are we going to maintain our global leadership with such a sick population? We have all these autoimmune diseases, these exotic diseases. And again, I never heard of juvenile diabetes, rheumatoid arthritis, lupus, Crohn's disease, and 100 others that were just unknown when I was a kid. I never knew anybody with a peanut allergy. I never knew anybody with a food allergy. Why do 5 of my 7 kids have allergies? I never knew of anybody who had eczema. I knew of a very small number of children who had asthma, but that has exploded as well today. And our fertility is dropping dramatically. Teenagers in this country today have the same testosterone levels as 68-year-old men.
Yeah, speak for yourself. I was always full of vril.
Our girls are reaching puberty 6 years early, from 10 to 14 years old. And this is existential for our country. And we have to address it. And one of the problems, when I met with, and I want to commend the food companies for working with us to achieve this agreement or this settlement. And when I went in a few months or about a month ago to meet with the food companies, I was talking with my staff about these petroleum-based dyes, and I said, if they want to add petroleum, if they want to eat petroleum, they ought to add it themselves at home. But they shouldn't be feeding it to the rest of us. And without our knowledge or consent. And unfortunately, we're going to get rid of the dyes, and one by one, we're going to get rid of every ingredient and additive in food that we can legally address. One of the problems is at the industry, which all of these industries.
I would like to hear something said on the account of high fructose corn syrup, please, and the corn subsidies that we should not be paying, by the way.
Cast a dark shadow historically over this agency. And there's so many conflicts that we are now systematically eliminating. That has allowed them to suppress the science. There's shockingly few studies, even on food dyes, and on all these other ingredients as well. And Jay Bhattacharya, who is here and who is running, the director of NIH, is now narrowly targeting these kind of food additives for scientific study, so that one by one we can start eliminating them where they can. Where we can't, there's things that we'll never be able to eliminate, like sugar. And sugar is poison, and Americans need to know that.
Okay, sugar in and of itself is fine. The excess, the caloric excess that is very easy to create with refined sugar is the problem. If anything, I would prefer sugar over any kind of sweetener analog, any kind of sugar alcohol, because the immediate effect of sugar is less severe, and high fructose corn syrup is different in its effects from sugar. Like, for example, I drink approximately a single bottle of Mexican Coke every 2 to 3 months, depending on where I am in my training. I specifically go for Mexican Coke because it has real sugar, and I'll just tank the calories. I will just make an allowance for the extra 200 to 300 calories that I will be ingesting as a function of drinking that Coca-Cola. But I am able to mediate that through my training and through like my nutrition throughout the week. And I think that's an important skill for us to develop.
It is poisoning us. It's giving us a diabetes crisis. When I was a kid, I always say this, a typical pediatrician would see 1 case of diabetes in his lifetime. Today, it's 1 out of every 3 kids who walks through his office door. In our most recent study from NIH, 38% of American teens, it's half our adult population. This is existential. We are spending as much on mitochondrial disorders like diabetes as we spend on our military budget. We can't continue to exist like this.
I mean, another factor of that is that survivability of diabetes got significantly better. So the consequences of not managing your nutrition and letting yourself develop diabetes have become less severe at the expense of the taxpayer, which is also probably something that needs to be cut back. I think if you eaten yourself to death's door, you should be left there. And once colloquial wisdom sort of catches up with the fact of maybe don't eat yourself into wisdom because no help is coming, then fewer people will do that.
And the problem is industry is making money keeping us sick. As Jay pointed out, ADHD is associated with all these behavioral disorders. But those disorders are treated not by changing our diet, but providing medications to treat our kids. And they get medicated, and that's the only solution. And, I would point out that there is part of the etiology of these diseases is a kind of media malpractice, a mass psychosis that has our media not talking about this. And one of the possible reasons for that is the amount of money that's coming from the pharmaceutical companies into our media and from these food companies, or the advertising. The advertising has at least plays a factor. So that revenue, that extraordinary revenue stream, in disabling their capacity or their inclination for skepticism and for critical thinking. So Americans don't know what they're eating, and they don't know the implications of those things. And for those products, Mark Hyman says in his book, The 10-day sugar detox diet, which I'll give a plug to, is a very good book. He talks
Can we stop shaking the fucking camera so violently? It's making me sick to look at.
about how dangerous sugar is. And how
Like, what
it's
the fuck is this? This is supposed to be C-SPAN. Or no, it's not C-SPAN, it's Fox.
addictive as crack. And our children are addicted to it from when they're little kids. Our agency recommends, I think, a huge amount of sugar for kids from when they're born. And it's hurting them, and it's addicting them, and it's changing their taste buds so that they crave it. And it's disabling our population. So for those ingredients that we can't ban.
Okay, so here's the thing. I think it is incumbent on the parents to regulate the intake of sugar, amongst other things, of their children. It's not up to the government to do that. But parents should be regulating their child's sugar intake. There is no minimum prescribed amount of sugar. The less, the better. Sugar is a sometimes treat just because of how it stimulates our reward centers, because our physiology is geared towards seeking out easy calories, especially forms of sugar such as fructose, because we evolved in a food scarce environment, and you need to adjust your behaviors to that.
Legally, we're going to start informing Americans about what they're eating. And we're going to try to work with Congress and the White House to make sure that we have adequate labeling so mothers who go into the grocery stores know what is good for their children and what is not. I want to say one other thing about the moms. When I went and spoke for the first time, and I met with the heads of all the food industry companies.
I'm not hearing enough said about high fructose corn syrup.
Things that they said to us is that the worst thing for us is if we have a patchwork of legislation in all these different states, because then we're not capable of marketing nationally distributed products, because we're going to have different
corn syrup hate,
different regulations in every state. And they didn't want that, and that's one of the reasons they came to the table with us. I want to thank Speaker Schultz, and I want to thank Governor Morrissey, and I visited many other governors in Virginia and West Virginia, in Arizona and Utah, and other states that are having these local bans.
I hate to be the one to say it, but you should have visited the corn farmers, informing them that they will no longer be receiving federal subsidies, and thus high fructose corn syrup will stop being the most available, cheapest sweetener in the market.
Those bans have given us leverage to make demands in the food company, and the only reason that those states have banned these products is because of these ladies and millions of more across the country, the warrior moms who have powered the MAHA movement. And I just want to urge all of you, it's not the time to stop. It's the time to redouble your efforts, because we have them on the run now. And we are going to win this battle. And 4 years from now, we're going to have most of these products off the market, or you will know about them when you go in the grocery store. So I want to thank you.
I mean, don't we already have mandatory labeling requirements for that? I feel like I like the message, I like the idea, but I feel like RFK is kind of chasing his own tail here a little bit.
And finally, and most importantly, I want to thank President Trump. President Trump often, says that he's going to make America great again. But he knows that he cannot make our country great again if our country is weak, if we're not healthy, if we don't have vigor, if we're not a robust people. He says that he's going to restore the American dream. And a healthy person has 1,000 dreams. The sick person only has one. And right now, there's 60% of the people in this country who have only one dream, that they can make it through a day without pain, with energy, without having to take medications. And we are going to change that for our country. And I want to thank the moms and thank President.
Okay, but are we going to accept accountability from adult fucking people at any point? Are we at any point going to expect adults to be able to modulate what they eat without being told by daddy government?
Trump, there's confidence in my leadership. And
like, don't get me wrong, I'm fully on board with banning Red 40 and all of the other petroleum-based dyes. Those have, like, the generally considered safe guidelines are dog shit and should have not been in place at all. And it's good that those are being revised. But I would warn against trying to micromanage the population, because that's not going to work at scale. The people need to take accountability. And that means sometimes spending less money on keeping people alive who are doing everything in their power to die an early death. I am sorry, mukbanger, but maybe you should pay your own health insurance premiums without burdening me. Maybe my 20% body fat ass shouldn't be paying for your inability to put down the fucking fork. Or read the ingredient label, for that matter.
Allowing me to surround myself with such an extraordinary team of scientists who are going to restore transparency to this agency, who are going to do replicated science, who are going to restore gold standard science so we know what's in our food and we can eliminate it. Thank you all very much.
Okay, why do I care about the rest of the people there?
Thank you, Secretary Kennedy. Thank you to everyone for being here, and thank you to the press for attending today. We're going to take some questions from the press. If you can please say your first, last name, and
Exactly, sort of a demon. Just put the spoon down.
Outlet when I call on you. That would be great. Sarah, CNN.
Here. Over here. I got it. Okay.
Hi, Sarah Overmall from CNN. Secretary Kennedy, you talked about how sugar is poison and how it's addictive. Is that the next step for you, looking at policies to reduce or even eliminate sugar in food products?
I don't think that we're going to be able to eliminate sugar, but I think what we need to do probably is give Americans knowledge about how much sugar is in their products, and also...
You mean like we currently have on FDA labels?
With the new nutrition guidelines, we'll give them a very clear idea about how much sugar they should be using, which is 0.
Okay, a revised FDA food pyramid. I'm kind of on board with, but kind of limp-wristed. I want to see government subsidies for corn gone. I want them gone yesterday. I don't care how many corn farmers go hungry. Fucking grow a productive crop.
Yes.
Hi, Helena Bottomiller-Evich with Food Fix. You mentioned the goal is to work with the food industry to get the most of the major synthetic food dyes out. What is the plan if the food industry does not voluntarily agree to do that? And what are the next steps if you can't get agreement within the industry? Thank you.
Well, here the industry has voluntarily agreed. And so, you know, I think as we move forward, we are going to work with the industry. They've shown a lot of leadership on this right now. And in fact, we're getting food companies now and fast food companies who are calling us almost every day and asking us, how do we do this? What do you want us to do? Will you do a press conference with us? And so we're really happy with the reception. I think they're ready to change the industry. They have children too. There's no such thing as Republican children or Democratic children. Their children are going to the same schools.
I mean, Democrats aren't having children, so that's kind of a moot point.
Schools, they're eating the same foods as the rest of us.
And the ones that do usually suddenly discover that their 3-year-old is trans, so that's also kind of a self-solving problem.
And I think most of them really want to have a healthier America. They want clear guidelines, and they want to know what they can and can't do, and we're going to give them that.
Hey, you leave the cat ladies alone. Cat owners are different, okay?
Yes.
Hi, Margaret Manto with Notice. I'm wondering if there's any pharmaceutical additives that you'd like to eliminate.
That's a big publication name. Notice.
We're gonna start on that next. I don't have anything particular there.
Yes.
Did I see the stuff last week about UK Supreme Court saying? Yes, I did see the trans. I believe it was referred to as what was it called? The a kick in the balls for trans women everywhere.
In the white.
Hi, Emily Kopp, Daily Caller. When will HHS FOIA offices be restored? This is important for many of your stated priorities, adverse events, food.
We're working to restore all of them.
What?
FOIA.
When is our FOIA?
People are still protesting, and you should see some of the clips. They're unreal. Well, you see, Sukadri, if you were in the Discord, you could have posted those videos in the media share channel.
We're restoring all the FOIA offices, and we're going to make it much easier for people to get the information. We're going to try to post as much as we can. We're going to start a website with all former FOIA requests and the documents that were produced so people don't have to do it again and again. And we're going to try to get as close as we can to total transparency in this agency. You know, I spent a lot of years litigating under FOIA, and I experienced the frustration of going year after year and being stonewalled by the agencies. A lot of the people who are in HHS right now come from that background. So we all understand how important it is to have, clear communications. The papers that we produce in this agency do not belong to us. They belong to the American people, and we need to be honest with them. And let me just answer the question before you about the drugs. And the pharmaceutical products and the additives to the pharmaceutical products. Right now, Jay Bhattacharya is working is assembling teams all over the country of scientists at universities and research centers to look at all of those products so that we can have, one of the problems is we don't have good science on everything. And we need to have science before we take policy action. And that science has been suppressed systematically for decades because of the conflicts in this agency. We're going to remove those conflicts. We're doing the science, already doing it. And we'll be announcing a series of grant opportunities this summer on all of these different ingredients. And we're going to have good information for the American public, and then we will take appropriate action.
Ashley.
Ashley DeMello with Fox News Digital. Will there be a way for Americans to identify products that are complying with this phase out? Such as labeling or...
You mean the ingredient label? That's so I hate this so fucking much. See, I don't like empty gestures, even if they agree with me in principle, if it comes from people I agree with. The fucking ingredient label already exists. Like, the labeling system we have is good. Just read the fucking label. That's all you need to do. Just look, read, woman, read. With that, I'm actually going to go and catch myself a quick bathroom break, and I advise y'all to do the same so we don't have ads to inform when to do that, but I have been drinking tea profusely, so y'all refill your drinks, use the facilities, I'll be right back. As I was saying.
We're looking at labeling. Labeling, we have to go to Congress for. But one of the things that we're going to do is we're going to post all the information we have about every additive on an open source website. So that, and we're going to encourage companies that develop apps.
See, the problem here is you're going to be collecting information that's generally good. A lot of that information is already out there, but the people who didn't read it will continue to not read it. People don't like reading studies. They don't know how to parse information. They don't usually go out of their way to look for it unless they can receive it in some form that's easy and convenient to consume. And the HHS website is not a form of convenient information delivery.
There are a number of other apps out there today, like Yucca is one, but there are a number of others. I use Yucca, and my wife used it in our home. Those apps, then you can use those. Companies will develop apps in the private marketplace so that mothers can go in, they can scan a barcode of every product in their grocery store, and they can know what's in it and what's not.
Thank you. Jan?
So, Secretary Kennedy, you have a lot of issues on the MAHA agenda, obviously. And I'm very curious if you could share some of the logic of choosing, for example, autism and food dyes and things as some of the kind of inaugural issues that you're coming forward with.
I would say, we're in a triage situation now, so we're choosing our priorities based upon the issues. Food dye is just a no-brainer. Nobody wants to eat petroleum. Everybody knows there's enough science out there that we know it's terrible for you. That causes health problems, but also behavioral problems. And so we...
Okay, I'm going to need to kill the model for a moment because Vinian decided to hang itself. I'm going to keep the video rolling so that we don't stretch out time.
We can act on that now. Anything that we can act on, we're going to act on immediately. Some stuff we need science for. We just need to do more science, but a lot of times you hear people say, oh, we're going to do more science on that, and then 10 years go by. That's not going to happen. President Trump wants dramatic change. President Trump wants dramatic change in the next 2 years, and we're going to deliver that for him. In terms of autism, autism is a priority. One in every 20 boys. This is 1,000 times more impactful to our country from an economic point of view, from a moral point of view, from just from the perspective of just our national well-being. That it has to be. It's costed by 2035. It's going to cost us, autism alone, just one of these chronic diseases will cost our country $1 trillion a year. We have to end that, and we have to end that because the children and the families are suffering so terribly. So that has been a priority for me for 20 years, and it will continue to be a priority, and we are going to find the answer very, very quickly, and we're going to eliminate the exposures that are causing it.
Yes.
Secretary Kennedy, Issam Ahmed here from Agence France Presse. Just on the political dimensions, do you sort of give credit to the former President Joe Biden for getting the ball rolling with Red Dye 3? And as far as the labeling goes, you mentioned you have to go to Congress. Are you in discussions with lawmakers on both sides of the aisle regarding improved labeling around food? Thank you.
We have not yet. The time has not yet come for us to put our legislative proposals before Congress. Labeling will be a top priority proposal for us. In terms of the credit,
am I missing something? Do we not have exhaustive labeling right now? That was the impression that I got from looking into it, because I've gotten significant results from just, checking the labels of the things that I'm eating. Okay, it's another press conference. Let's hope this one's a little bit snappier. I am disappointed by a lack of any kind of intention to go after high fructose corn syrup.
You got images like
yeah, that's right, 8 questions, but bottom line is the college students, their visas are being suspended because the State Department believes in national security threats.
Sir, not all.
And it's not about what they say, it's about what they say and what they do. First Amendment rights, I can't stay in a movie theater at night and claim fire. There's a limit. When you come to this country...
It's a very bad example. Please, please, someone coach these people. Coach the boomers to talk correctly.
On a visa or become a resident alien, that's a privilege that comes with certain responsibilities. Yeah, now, I'm not with the State Department. I didn't make the decision to cancel those visas, but our job is, when we cancel those visas, they're removed from the country. Right. As far as the others you talk about, we are forced in the community because of sanctuary cities. There's New York City, I'll say it again, New York City, you're a sanctuary city, you're a sanctuary for criminals, because we can't arrest a bad guy in Rikers Island, for God's sakes. We got to go in the neighborhood and find him. I said from day one, ICE is going to enforce the law, unlike the lax administration who says, ICE can't arrest an illegal alien for simply being here illegally. They're rewriting federal law. No, ICE agents took an oath to enforce immigration laws, and we go find the bad guy, and they will. If he's with others, they're coming too. Prioritization doesn't mean maybe I prioritize my family life over my work life. I don't forget my work life. We're prioritizing public safety threats and national security. That's what we're doing. The data proves it.
But the students who are just getting traffic summonses, you think they're national security threats?
Start your own business. Wonder how you'll bring in clients. Feel stuck.
I'm sorry, what was the question? Students getting trafficked? What the fuck?
I'm not involved in those investigations. I can tell you we're going to force immigration.
Don't you think that
You put your videos in? Great. Thank you.
Prioritization doesn't mean forget about everybody else in the country illegally. It's not okay to be in this country illegally.
Okay,
it's not okay to enter this country illegally.
Right? They're here on student visas, but
well, we can talk case by case, but every case is different. I can't put them all in one bucket. I don't know the details of every investigation. ICE and board to arrest thousands of people a day. I'm not familiar with every investigation.
But do you think that it all hurts this agency that is doing this kind of work to have with images, wearing masks, stopping college students, taking them wherever? Do you think that
I think the American people elected Donald Trump to enforce immigration laws is exactly what we're doing. We're doing what the American people voted for.
Hell yeah.
It's not okay to be in this country.
Why don't you care about optics? I don't know what you mean about not caring about optics. I think the optics are fucking great. I think the optics of those fucking yahoos getting stuffed into an unmarked van are actually fucking pristine. I would have that on a screensaver if I could. How are you doing, No Terry? I am sorry, but I think if I see you promoting an ideology that is directly opposed to my way of life, if I see you advocating for the fall of my nation, motherfucker, you better hope that the unmarked van collects you before I do. You're busy hating journalists? Oh, do I have a doozy for you today?
I want to ask you about illegal, those who cross the border illegally. Would you want to deport somebody who crossed the border illegally, regardless of whether they committed a crime? And you mentioned ICE on Rikers. If ICE doesn't reopen their office on Rikers, what would you do? I mean, what would you want the city to do? What would you want the mayor to do?
It means we'll put more agents on the streets in New York. We're going to get the bad guy regardless. We'd like to give him, look, we didn't decide to lock him at Rikers Island. The local authorities said, why? Obviously, you're a public safety threat. And I think any member of the city council who's going to sue to end that agreement, based on what you see, this is just one example of what collaboration means. Why would you not want ICE to take possession of a terrorist member, a gang member, a public safety threat in the safety and security of a jail? It's safer for the officer. It's safer for the alien. It's certainly safer for New York. We arrest a bad guy in the jail.
And deport somebody that doesn't need to be deported at that point?
Pardon me?
Couldn't they make a mistake like we've seen already?
There's been no mistakes.
Well, the federal government has made a mistake with at least one person.
Who is that person?
Look, the details of that investigation argue that. The details, they missed the documentation show this guy withholding removal. That was years ago. So
yeah, that was not a mistake. That's an illegal fucking alien who's here illegally. He should be deported. That's not a mistake.
That's withholding removal.
It's not a bug. That's a feature.
Based on number one, doesn't qualify for terrorist. So off the table right there. Number two, the gang he was fearing of, it no longer exists. So the situation surrounding that case
good night, sort of a demon.
Has changed. So I stand by the fact that this guy, this El Salvadoran national criminal alien gang member terrorist.
Well, see, so could we not even necessarily send them all to El Salvador, but that particular guy was Salvadoran. He's a citizen of El Salvador. Where the fuck are they supposed to send him? To a third country?
His home.
And then following up on, if somebody crosses the border illegally and is here, would you still want to deport them even though they haven't committed a crime?
Absolutely, they committed a crime. Enter the country illegally is a crime.
Based, get this man a true. No, he was the particular guy who was under discussion for the past week, the Maryland man hoax. No, he's Salvadoran.
What do you expect? Well, it's not really.
And crossing the border illegally. Listen, the hint is in the name. Crossing the border illegally. What does illegal mean? That you have committed a crime by doing so. You mentally stunted bimbo.
They have asylum. They have paroled into the.
See, this is what you never cover. Look at the immigration. Look at the immigration court data. Clearly shows 9 out of 10 people who make asylum claim end up with the order removal because they simply don't qualify for asylum. And people say, well, it's just illicit.
Salvadoran to the Democratic Republic of Congo, you go. Apparently, that's what they want. That's what they're asking for.
Innocent illegal immigration. But when you flood the border like the last administration does, where 70% on average of agents were off the line, what happened? 600% increase in sex trafficking in women and children. 250,000 Americans dead from fentanyl. A record number of people on terrorist watch lists crossing the border. Bad things happen when you lose control of the border. So what you call innocent illegal immigration, not criminals, it causes all these other bad things to happen because the criminal cartels have operational control of the border, not the men and women of the Border Patrol. President Trump, like him or hate him, he did in 6 weeks what the Biden administration couldn't or wouldn't do in 4 years. Right now, today, as I'm talking to you, we have the most secure border in the history of this nation. We did that in 6 weeks. So President Trump has proven. The last administration lied about a secure border. We showed them what a secure border looks like now. 95% decline, most secure border in our lifetime. ICE has arrested 3 times more criminals than the Biden administration has done. So men and women, ICE are sticking to priorities, public safety threats, national security threats, but if you're in the country legally, you're not off the table.
Deport 100,000. Every time something happens, I want to see 100,000 deported. Crime too high, deport 100,000. Salaries are not high enough, deport 100,000. Houses cost too much, deport 100,000.
Are NYPD officers involved that are assigned to the task force? Are they also working on the catch and revoke efforts that are being targeted here with the local HSI field office?
I don't understand. Say that again?
The catch and revoke efforts that are targeting students that HSI is involved with, that were just the question that was just
You mean the
asked.
students?
Yeah, the students.
The students. Are NYPD officers assigned to the HSI task force?
They don't need to catch them to revoke shit. The Department of Homeland what's the abbreviation for that agency? The USCIC can just unilaterally revoke that shit. I am sorry, you have no inherent right to be here. And if you promote terrorist organizations, you go way the fuck out.
Also involved in those efforts?
No.
How is HSI, these suspects, are they going to be tried or deported?
That's up to the local district attorney. And now there's some are going to be prosecuted federally. It depends. That's what collaboration looks like.
But can you explain the difference in approach here? You're bringing a RICO case against gang members.
The most obnoxious new subversion you've heard is undocumented citizen. Like fucking what? Yeah, they're not citizens. There's no such thing as an undocumented citizen. I'm sorry, if you are a citizen, there is a record of you.
In other areas, the administration has preferred to bypass the courts and just put them on airplanes.
No, they don't bypass the courts. The local field office always works with a local prosecutor, a federal prosecutor. If they want to continue the prosecution.
Yeah, it's also local courts don't really have jurisdiction over illegals who breached a federal border.
They do a writ and take them back into custody. Many times the prosecutors, you know what? Deport them. We'd rather have them deported.
In all these cases?
Not all these cases. I'm just saying it's case by case with thousands of cases a week, right? Where the local field office works with the local prosecutors and the federal prosecutor, if it's the federal criminal investigation, federal prosecution, to coordinate. Do you want to keep them for prosecution? We can make that happen. Do a writ, take them back into custody. But ICE collaborates with the prosecutors and what the next steps are going to be. But the end game is going to be, if they're in the United States illegally, they're going to be deported.
But I think in some of the cases, in the habeas petitions, you haven't argued that you've brought these people into collaboration with prosecutors who've made a deliberate decision to bypass prosecution. You've just said you're a gang member and you're on a plane. Is that, what am I?
Well, you're talking about people removed on the Alien Enemies Act. It's a totally different ballgame. The Alien Enemies Act, I know a lot of people are talking about it. President Trump invoked the authorities he has on the Alien Enemies Act, a law that was passed by Congress, written by Congress, passed by Congress as a statute. The difference between the Trump administration and the last administration, we're using laws on the books. We're not making this up. We're enforcing laws on the books, using every tool we got to remove terrorists from this country.
Do you think Mayor?
That is exactly what I voted for.
Do you think Mayor Adams has done enough to collaborate with ICE, or would you like to see more?
I would like to see more, but I know he's in a tough position when you got a city council that's fighting him all the way. Plus, you got a governor who doesn't support what we're doing here today. I mean, as soon as they found out that a mayor was going to work with us to get in Rikers Island, you got the governor come down and try to get him removed from office, and the city council is following. Look, anybody from the city council here today? Speak up. Find that strange? No member of city council is here today to look at what collaboration means. Well, they're going to sue the administration to stop us from going to Rikers Island. Regardless of what the...
I would like to see some fucking mousy paper pusher be present at a press conference, just scared shitless as Tom fucking Homan scans the room looking for your ass.
What the judge decides, regardless of what the city council thinks, there's no sanctuary in the United States for Trenda Agua MS-13. Either you let us into jail in the safety and security of a jail to take them into custody that makes New York City safer rather than what we saw here, or we get them on the street.
And what more would you like? What more from the city government would you like?
Folks. This is our last question.
There are hundreds of thousands of children that were trafficked in this country in the last administration. Many are missing. And I'm hoping the NYPD will help us find some of these children. Some are in sex trafficking. We already found some. Some are in forced labor. We already found some. Not all of them. Some will be with family members. But I would like the NYPD, who has one of the best intelligence divisions in the world, to help us find some of these victims of trafficking. I think that'd be a game winner for everybody involved.
Mr. Herman, you talked about collateral arrests. Can you say how many collateral arrests were involved in this 27, or give us an update on the field office's efforts?
The more the better, bitch. Okay, who's ready? Who's ready for some reading? I hear y'all folks like journalists. All right, so the dirty smear merchants have done fucked up and have blasphemed against the Foxu. So it's time to blow them the fuck out of the water. Reminder, reminder that dirty smear merchants get the rope. All right, why is GamerSups? Wow, why is this GamerSups VTuber pushing the Great Replacement theory? Oh, you mean like, wait, what? Korsha is advocating for the Great Replacement? Interesting. First typo. Yeah, Great Replacement plan, like a confirmed thing that is. I'm sorry, this journalist isn't up to date with the talking points. We're past it's not happening. We're currently at it's happening, and it's a good thing. Get your fucking marching orders updated, bitch. Alright, GamerSups is pretty much ubiquitous in VTubing, owned by popular online content creator. That's a lot of letters. GamerSups advertises itself as the most effective healthy energy choice. Like, not to hate on GamerSups, but you're better off mixing Pocari Sweat with some matcha tea, just saying. Combine caffeine with nootropics, slap on branding marketed towards geeks and gamers, you got GamerSups. Yep, that's a very good market niche that they found. You know, selling pre-workout to nerds. That was kind of an ingenious idea, if I do say so myself. It's right if past for growing VTubers to gain a GamerSubs partnership. Absolutely fucking would. I would, however, also force them to not have any beta-alanine in the mix and have real sugar there. That's me. Let alone snag a merchandise run via the company's waifu cup line. Nanners, for example, received her own cup with the company, as did Shy Lily. I'm still banned in Shy Lily's chat. That's kind of sad. Yeah. However, GamerSubs is in hot water with many VTuber fans. No, they are not. The real VTuber fans, not tourists, actually like GamerSubs. Due to their behavior of one particular creator working with the company, Mythic Talents Kirsche Verstahl, an anime fox girl with a knack for sharing alt-right talking points. You mean like observing reality correctly? What are these alt-right talking points in the room with us right now? Is correctly labeling six retards on Twitter? Yeah, that's the more accurate nomenclature for people actually upset with Korsha. I wonder if said alt-right talking points include correctly pointing out that the author of this article is an autogynophiliac. Kirsche has landed herself in controversy after controversy. No, she hasn't. Online due to her right-wing beliefs. Are those beliefs in the room with us right now? At this point, it begs the question whether GamerSubs will one day pull the plug on the VTuber for good. If they do, I think they should be hounded to the end of the earth. A VTuber who believes in demographic replacement is happening to white people. Excuse me? Do I need to bring up a chart? Do I need to tap the sign? Let's look at this one real quick. Ethnic makeup US. Let's see. Retsusi, what is that? Racial and ethnic composition from 1970s to 2050. To 2050, excuse me. Let's see. Non-Hispanic whites in dark blue, minorities everything else. That looks like what do you call it when one thing is being gradually subsumed by a different multitude? There's a term that's on the tip of my tongue that oh right, it's fucking replacement, you hack. Do we need to Google Docs of just articles and clips where they admit to the plan and census charts, or both? I think for right now we can do with the census chart. I think that is enough. So completely confirmed, BTFO'd. Kirsche is a relatively, she's what, like only a 4 view. What is her CCV right now? I think she's like doing 4,000 between YouTube and Twitch. Popular VTuber sporting over 56,000 followers on Twitter, at least 44,000 on Twitch. This person does not understand that those are interlapping multitudes. She's only in the top 0.5% of streamers, right? She originally announced her partnership with GamerSubs in September 2023, followed by a merchandise reveal in past March. From shirts to cups, Kirsche fans will soon be able to flag their love for the Fox Girl IRL, all thanks to GamerSubs. See, this is actually pushing me towards buying a Foxu cup. While some VTubers may wink or nod conservative beliefs, Kirsche has never hidden her political leanings. In fact, she's gained a reputation for speaking out on behalf of right-wing side of VTubing fan base. From my experience, is actually the majority, at least 60%. In February, she said trans women advocating for trans rights are autogynophiliac males. No. She called you, the author of this article, while you were coping and seething over not being able to get into Vealer, an autogynophiliac, and brought up recordings of you fantasizing about raping women with your feminine penis. She called you an autogynophiliac, and you are currently seething to death. With graphic murder fantasies, I believe that also relates to you. She praised Mythic Talent co-owner Asmongold for arguing every trans kid is actually a victim of parents with a mental illness. That is correct, because children do not have sexual awareness. What do you mean, wow, Sukadri? Can you specify the subject of your amazement? I mean, also, where is the lie? I hate to break it to the home viewing audience, but trans kids, like vegan cats, are a product of their caretakers' sick imagination. That does not occur in nature. You can't be trans before you've hit puberty or have generally become aware of your sexual proclivities. The fact that this that this train applied to Vealer, no. So this person considered applying to Vealer, but after Shibi on stream said that you are supposed to pass as a woman, as the kids these days say, he crashed out in the form of a seething article. You can look up the Vice article on Vealer. It's written by the same person. But yeah, also again, I don't like Asmongold's content format. I think it's a little bit lowbrow, at least for my taste. But where's the lie? Gamergate subreddit Kotaku Action has shared Kirsch's work to acclaim, claiming her based Fox. Again, no lie detected. Another post on YouTube Drama declared Kersha the main culprit of alt-right pandering and VTubing. I take great issue with that statement. I will have you know that I am the primary source of your right-wing pandering on VTubing. Thank you very much. I am the premier source of every opinion you don't agree with. I shall cling on to the title of Anime Joe Rogan for my dear life. And I refuse to cede this title to Kersha. In casual conversations on her GamerSupps merchandise drop, VTuber fans were quick to describe Kersha as right-wing, which is not accurate, by the way. One Redditor, because, yeah, Redditor opinions do not matter, by the way. Redditors are barely human. Even went to great lengths to stress that they were not attempting to take sides on Kersha's content, but simply objectively described her to those who have not seen her works. She's alt-right, anti-woke, though, again, alt-right is a very specific list of beliefs, well, at least used to be. And last I checked, it used to be a form of far-rightism. Again, I hate these fucking labels. I prefer to operate on sort of understood quantities. I know what libertarianism is. Alt-right, from what I have gathered, is just shit these people don't like on a particular day of the week. Apparently transphobic to a degree. Few comments mentioned her calling trans women being mentally ill men. Again, the author of this article in particular. One Redditor said, none of this is my own info, just restating what other people have said. I can't confirm nor deny this. So nothing burger. Thank you. Some W artwork, by the way. Is the GamerSupps stuff still available? Like, I'm legitimately considering maybe getting a waifu cup. Is Lean still available? Waifu cups. Waifu cups, Vienna, Sariel, Meru, Alana. Is Kirsch's drop over? Drop ended. Will probably come back this year. Nice. Okay. I may purchase a Foxu cup just out of pure spite. Alt-right seems like an accurate... No. Alt-right is not an accurate description of butt fucking anything. in her politics. In one clip, Kershaw gives weight to the Great Replacement theory, a racist conspiracy theory suggesting people of color are ethnically cleansing white people through demographic changes and cultural diversity. Don't make me tap the fucking sign. Where's my phone? Just a second. I need to make sure that my phone is within view. Okay, good. Phone is in view. Manager saw sales figure and shit his pants. You love to see it. Oh, that's right. Didn't they break the fucking website with how many cups people were buying? Yeah, there is no shot they're dropping the Porsche. If they do, they should burn to the fucking ground. Okay. Let's see. Kami Gobbledygook. In the clip, Kershaw argues that a mosque should not be built in northern England. Based department? Somebody get that woman a true? If I recall correctly, I have a clip of myself asking, why are there mosques in England? Declaring a hostile takeover is happening in the US via illegal immigration. No lie detected. And through the UK via the migrant crisis nonsense and refugees. Again, no lie detected. Just a moment. Righty-ho. So, all true statements, these are not alt-right positions, this is just observable reality. Our politicians are assisting these people with both demographic replacement as well as just making citizens' life worse in general. The purchasing power of my money, of the money that I work for and don't receive any government handouts, has been shrunk by half over the tenure of Joe Biden in office. While the federal fucking government was issuing handouts in the form of EBT cards and accommodation allowances to people who are in this country illegally. Yes, that kind of fucking checks out. Why the fuck am I taxed to the effect of tens of thousands of dollars per year? While people just waltz into this fucking country and receive handouts. They're changing the entire culture of these countries. Again, look at the state of the United Caliphate. Essentially implying both the UK and the US are intended for white Europeans and Americans. Yes, white Europeans and Americans are the predominant culture of the UK. Well, the UK less so, they're white Anglos. But generally, yes, the native population of England should be the dominant culture of England. Same with the US. The US is effectively, for all intents and purposes, an Anglo-coded country. We are a descendant of the Commonwealth. I would say we are an evolution of the Commonwealth, even. We have taken the ideas of the eternal Anglo and we have refined them into our Constitution. How are you doing, Crespian? Thank you for the hydrate. I apologize for some of the redeems not being there. Twitch turned off their API and I need to update Venian and make sure that everything works. That's okay. I just need to sit down and fix my shit. That's okay. But yeah, so far, like, Kershaw is being accused of correctly observing reality. They finally sunset their old API. Yeah, and I haven't updated my Venian in quite a bit because I don't like updating it because some of my attached assets tend to drop. Also, Sukadri,
they're building like a 2.5 million pound mosque somewhere in like northern England.
Can I get a higher resolution of this? That's very small. Why is this so small?
Like a 2.5 million pound mosque somewhere in like northern England that doesn't.
Oh, you know what? She does have a bit of a jiggle physic going on. Because Bint is a retarded Bint, fair enough. Tiny Korsha? I know. I will take 2. I will take your entire stock. Who the fuck is Bint and why should I care?
Doesn't even have like a large Muslim population. And I was like, of course they are. Yeah, of course they are.
Here's the statement in its entirety. I'll allow that real quick. Chat is zooming. Holy shit, y'all got activated by this person. Would I like the lore? Yeah, sure. The individual posting this shit? Okay. Kershaw has now explicitly stated her beliefs in white supremacist great replacement theory. I wasn't aware that the UN is white supremacist. Here's she openly stating her beliefs that politicians in the US and UK are assisting a hostile demographic takeover. It's hard to call it anything else when you have military-aged men descending onto your shoreline day in and day out and being met by subsidies instead of machine gun fire, ranting about the construction of mosques in England. Cope. Seethe.
They're building like a 2.5 million pound mosque somewhere in like northern England that doesn't even have like a large Muslim population. And I was like, of course they are. Yeah, of course they are. I get increasingly angry when I see people who are just like, well, they're not doing anything illegal, so like you can't really be mad at them. It's like,
are they though? Are they not though? Do I need to bring up the crime statistics for the UK? I refuse to accept the argument of them not really doing anything illegal because the fucking Pakistanis seem to be overperformers on grotesque vicious rape. Last I checked, that was illegal. Do I need to bring up the case? Oh, fuck it. We're on a full trajectory to rage cruise today. I may as well look up that case. Pakistani rape. I'm gonna see if I can find that acid attack victim. CNN 2019. Come on. You know. There it is. There it is. So on the subject of them not committing anything illegal, Zafar Qayyum kidnapped a 13-year-old British girl on her way to school. He drugged her, raped her many times, poured acid into her eyes for trying to escape. This also omits a few other spicy details, which we're going to look up in a moment. Because if you're angry, trust me, you're not angry enough. There's more. Oh, wait, there's more. Because not only did he do all of that, so he did all of that. He kidnapped and raped the 13-year-old. I'm trying to look for the exact details here because the details are fucking abundant. Let's see. What is the most recent one? Dewsbury. They're not Dewsbury brothers. They are Pakistani brothers. See, these do not look like. These are not core English names. All 3 convicted of rape. No details here, I see. Just a second. So, long story short, after kidnapping the 13-year-old and raping her in his basement, he then called over, I believe, a multitude of his acquaintances who also took turns raping the girl, both before and after she had acid poured into her eyes to prevent her from escaping. I'm sorry, Oni Dojo, how many of you have friends that you can just call up and say, "Hey, I have a 13-year-old girl that I'm raping in my basement. Would you like to have a go?" I am pretty sure that the number of people that I can call up with a proposition like that and not get shot in the back of the head is zero. Like every person I associate with, upon getting that proposal, will likely kick my door down and kill me. And they will be absolutely correct in doing so. But horrific physical mutilation is kind of physically a non-starter. Yeah, I know, right? But just consider this. Somehow, the Pakistani men have other Pakistani men in their close circle that they can just, call up to collectively rape a 13-year-old girl. And somehow these people aren't hanged. But your concerns about this invasive fucking population are completely unjustified. This fucking white supremacy must have kidnapped, raped, and blinded a girl. But stop noticing. Stop pointing things that are accurate and correct out.
This is very clearly a hostile takeover. Like, we're experiencing it in the US via illegal immigration. They're experiencing it in the UK via, like, the migrant crisis nonsense and refugees, which, potato, basically the same fucking thing.
No lie detected.
And it's like, our politicians are assisting these people with both demographic replacement as well as just making citizens' lives worse in general.
Okay, so it's basically the same statements that were printed in the article. But the Muslim population of the UK is less than 10%. And they are already running roughhouse, both in terms of culture and in terms of the infrastructure that they are imposing on the UK. While simultaneously being a net drain on the economy, because they're not as productive as the Globo Homo would have you believe. No, they are absolutely a drain on society. In addition to that, yes, they see that as them conquering a land. Some of them see it as payback for colonialism. Others just see it as an opportunity because the fucking white Europeans are soft and accepting and offer no resistance. Therefore, they see that as successful conquest. If a fucking a vanishingly small minority can just barge into your fucking country, receive housing and money for free, and then be allowed to stay, and not only that, be allowed to dictate how you live your life, it's very difficult to see that as anything other than conquest. And I think it is incumbent upon European and American populations to uncuck themselves and stop participating in that. And we have that in fucking Michigan, in droves. I'm sorry, but there needs to be a reckoning. They're trying to build a fucking Mohammedan suburb in Texas, which needs to be barred. Last I checked, this is America. This is not Saudi Arabia. This is not whatever fucking nobody gives a fuckistan that you came from. You want to live under Sharia law? Fuck right off into the shithole that spawned you. Okay, let me catch up with chat real quick. Bint is one of those aunties that's making their entire Twitter gravy on tweeting about Kershaw literally all the fucking time. It's like his job. He's actually gaining followers based on this, and he's hoping he gets picked up by commie elites because he has no traction otherwise. He never tags her, so he doesn't get engagement. He gets super mad when she doesn't talk about him, which is all the time. Let's see. Military age men, we read that. Highest fear is to be called xenophobic. I maintain that xenophobia is based and is a correct response to hostile outsiders. I will not shame my enslaved predecessors by engaging in that. If I did, I would be disowned, buried under a jail, and then prison shanked for good measure. Humans do enjoy conquest. Yes, that's very true. All right, let's continue reading this smear article. This was not a one-off comment. In April, she retweeted the White House's ICE tip line to aid in deportations of no. These are not Americans. These are no. Undocumented. It means in deportations of illegal immigrants, illegal aliens. You had a typo there, Vice. And yes, you should report suspicious illegals to ICE, bounty or not. In February 2025, she said that she's happy with the mass deportation, as am I. I am ecstatic. Again, whenever something happens, deport 100,000. Under Trump, but warned the federal government was offering illegal aliens massive amounts of free shit given on the taxpayer dime. Where is the lie? Called Lawrence, Massachusetts a no-go zone full of illegal activity, and implied the city could only be recovered if all of its illegal aliens were removed. There is no such thing as an undocumented citizen. That is a nonsensical statement. These are mutually exclusive qualifiers. There is no such thing as an undocumented citizen. If ICE sweeps here, it will become a ghost town and maybe can be rebuilt. Based. Who wrote it better? Body cam edition? What? It was Kirsch's tweet in mid-April that drew her GamerSupps partnership back into the public spotlight. No, the only thing that drew her GamerSupps partnership into the public spotlight is her fans crashing the website because it couldn't cope with the amount of traffic of people trying to buy it. The term is illegal immigrant. Exactly, Sukadri, you get it. Let's see. Kershaw responded to an online rumor about Carmelo Anthony, a black teen charged with first-degree murder of star athlete and .40 GPA student Austin Metcalf. A post incorrectly claimed that Anthony's family had purchased a house with online donations, a rumor which spread right-wing social media, has later been debunked by Snopes. First of all, Kershaw has actually highlighted the correct claims about the uses of those funds and whether or not houses were being purchased, cars were being purchased, etc., etc. Kershaw has correctly pointed out that Carmelo Anthony has murdered Austin Metcalf. There is no other way to slice it. I am sorry, that is murder one, punishable by life in prison or the death penalty. Getting a payday to buy a house for killing a white man just makes sense. Where is the lie? I love how a lot of these fucking bobbleheads just refuse to acknowledge the fact that money, by the way, is fungible. It means that if you collect $500,000 fucking dollars on Give, Send, Go for killing a white kid, you then have a certain excess amount of liquidity that you can spend, understanding that you will gain access to said $500,000. Responded to the post claiming body cameras killed the BLM movement, which is also very true. In a quoted retweet, she shared body cam stills from police altercations with Deshaun Leith and Sidney Wilson, two black Americans who were shot and killed by police officers. You're kind of failing to notice something very important about both of those incidents. With one image, a police officer points a stun gun at Leith while he lunges forward. Lunges forward to do what? To give the officer a hug? What was he doing before that? Did he perhaps steal a police cruiser? Was he refusing to comply with an officer who was giving legal commands? Was he perhaps engaging in a physical altercation with said officer, while obviously under the influence? Directly after He nearly caused a multi-car accident on the highway. Extra rights for the protected classes, I know, right? And another, Wilson holding a knife while the responding officer points a gun at her. What was she going to do with that knife? What did she already do with that knife, by the way? Because if I recall that story correctly, she swatted at the officer with said knife, and I believe she managed to cut him, while the officer was actively backing up the fuck away from her. Yeah, she did. Oh, okay. I'm not misremembering. She did wound the officer with the knife. He was actively trying to run away from her and only shot her when he was backed into a corner. Who wore it better? Oh, that's probably I know that tweet. That's probably a fire tweet. So I feel like some important context is being missed in that article. Like, there's definitely some context that's being omitted by the author of the article. In both incidents, body cam video depicts law enforcement acting in self-defense. Okay, good. It's important that at the very least this is being acknowledged. That is good. However, the implication of Kirsch's response is that Black Americans are lying about the commonality of police brutality in the United States. Well, for one, that's not supported by statistics. That's just generally not supported by statistics. At this rate, police will kill an estimated of 1,000 black men, an organization wrote. That is an incorrect statistic. The total number of police engagements that lead to lethal outcomes with black men in the U.S. is less than 10 per year. And that's before we sanitize those for warranted use of force. Because if we remove the ones where it's warranted use of force, we're looking at less than 1 on average. Who would have thought that the most regimented and most tightly controlled police force in the world doesn't just wantonly commit acts of police brutality, especially since they all wear body cameras? I'm waiting for the article that's going to claim that body cameras are racist. Per capita, yeah, exactly. More likely to be killed by one's own than the police. Yeah. I mean, statistically also true. 2.5 times as likely to be shot and killed by police officers as whites. Oh boy, I don't want to pull up the racial statistics on black on white and white on black crime. I don't want to get into that discussion today. I can happily say you've had exclusively positive interactions with cops as a black man in America. It's almost as if, Trash Gamer, you're a functioning member of society who doesn't provide any probable cause for bad interactions. Because whenever they point to that statistic of 2.5 times being more likely, are you including the likelihood of A, being encountered in the process of committing a crime, and also violently resisting arrest? Police officers' greater inclination to stop and search people of color suggested that differences in people's behavior alone are unlikely to account for disparities in lethal police violence. No, for some reason, every fucking police, okay, not every, 99% of police shootings that I see start with a fucking perp attempting deadly force. Just putting the officer or people around them in danger. Usually, there's a stolen gun involved as well. Why do we force police to abandon pattern recognition? Well, fortunately, we sort of do now, and that's, yeah. You aren't fent-addled either, how nice, yeah. Was unironically a black officer you only truly had somewhat negative interaction with? Well, probably because he wasn't scared stiff from the implications of the interactions. Kirsch's mid-April post reached a breaking point of the VTubing community. The VTubing community doesn't care. Most VTuber fans, if they don't like politics, they will just completely mute or block any kind of political content. That's one of the things that's gimping my performance outside of my flowery personality. But generally, people who want to stay blissfully ignorant, they insist upon it, and they create filter bubbles that are very, very successful. So the majority of VTuber fans who don't want to engage with politics just don't engage in politics, and they do not care. Causing many users on Twitter, we refer to those as Twitter roaches, to criticize gamer subs for partnering with the creator, Copsy Dilate. One VTuber who gives a fuck ended his gamer subs partnership 2 days after Kirsch's tweet. While Who Gives a Fuck did not name Kirsche directly, he pointed to his concerns with creators affiliated with the brand, stating openly bigoted views without facing any consequences. What are those views? Are those bigoted views in the room with us right now? Let's check out this. Oh, you're the fucking literal who. That's right. Dom, why are you following a BFE VTuber? Sorry, I had to call you out there. Isn't this the guy who claimed that you can't be racist towards white people? I recall seeing something to that effect. But that's not bigotry, by the way, Oni Dojo. That doesn't count. Encourage fellow creators to think about whether or not their partnerships with a company is worth continuing, said Literal Who. I don't agree that it's a good idea to just let creators create content and try to do our best to just make the best product on the internet. No, that's actually pretty fair. I think it's not up to brands to try to police the behavior of people they want to partner with. If it means allowing hateful people to be representing your brand, I'd say the literal who here is the actual hateful one. It remains unclear whether GamerSups will issue a response to Kirsch's behavior. Why the fuck would they? Because they're not her management company. They're not a corpo she's behind. They have no authority to do that. And if they were, they would be a bad company to work with. And that actually works both ways. I don't want this company to, for example, go after avowedly left-wing VTubers as well. I don't think that VTubers I don't think the Vishojos should lose partnership opportunities over being shitlib white women. Is my Venian frozen again? It is. Just a second. Going once, going twice. Come the fuck on. Am I going to have to collapse my my fucking window to de-stress my video card? It looks like I will have to do that. The GPU temperature is... Oh, okay, we're back. Okay, excellent. Give me a moment to quickly reset my shit. And... actually what you hate about Kaison's chat. They're a bunch of Reddit shitbrains. Well, that's the thing. All of the VShojo girls are kind of on... They're all default lib white women. Okay, let's see. Venian, can you please not shit yourself right now? This is a very bad time to do this. I'm trying to make a point here. White or Asian. Spiritually white. Some of them... Okay, let me fix my picture so that I can farm clips better. And then we'll get back into a more substantive discussion. Let's see. Worlds, Venian. I think rendering the world is what's doing it. Default world. As much as I enjoy the way I have things set up, it's not working for me right now. Position gizmos. Default. And go into here. Boom, we're back. Not gonna need this anymore. But as I was saying, I'm also obscuring the fucking camera. Just a second. Yes, the Venian has a Chatterbait login, and if my window says login, it means that I'm not logged in, as in I don't have a Chatterbait account. Calm down. All right, where were we? So I think it's not up to. I don't think it's the place of GamerSupps to police a particular creator's political views or the content they make. I think they, just as it's not their place to try to police Kershaw, I think it wouldn't be their place to try to police any of the lib shit retardation of the Vishohos, or I don't know, someone like Tricky, for example. Like, I don't think those people should be summarily canceled for being mildly retarded. Zoom myself in a little bit. There we go. Good, fuck Tricky. Listen, Korsha plays nice with her. She's come around a little bit. She's lost a little bit of that Karen rage. I still won't consume her content because it's still being down bad for an internet for a strange woman on the internet with extra steps while pretending that you're not there to be thirsty. Okay. Kershaw may walk herself into controversy that's impossible for GamerSupps to. Why it's not up to them to defend or denounce it. It's none of their fucking business. This could be the case after the right-wing VTuber retweeted a Kershaw fan named Sencho Mimikyu. What the fuck is that? That's definitely a VTuber. Rock Against Communism, kind of based. I'm gonna drop a follow. Thank you for the recommendation, Vice. It isn't the worst game of pretend. What do you mean? Since you recently received an official Kershaw U2's plushie and posed with it, in one of the images shared by Kershaw, Sensho placed Kershaw's plushie next to an enormous collection of Nazi and fascist books, including a 3-part hardcover book displaying white nationalism. Publisher Antelope Hill Publishing. Sensho's Twitter page. Oh boy, let's go verify. What the fuck is this? Cheap viewers? No thank you. My viewers are only expensive. Game of pretend degeneracy? Yeah, that's true. Okay. Am I supposed to be offended at this chat? Can someone verify? Is the white nationalism in the room with us right now? Filled with anime women promoting Nazi imagery. I just scrolled and I failed to find any, but whatever. Jumped on this based on a tweet from Bint, I see. Who complained the Iron Cross was a Nazi symbol. Ah, yes. The Nazi symbol that predates the Wehrmacht and Nazi Germany and it actually was and still is a military decoration in Germany. God, these people are so fucking congenitally retarded. It's not even funny. No wonder they're so afraid of eugenics. They know they'd be the first ones to go. This not Nazi imagery, thank you American schooling system, extends to the books seen in the image retweeted by Kershaw. Oh, so there's not even really actual books there. Okay. It's his opinion on the funny windmill, despite it being an Indian Buddhist symbol before the Austrian painter used it. Antelope Hill does publish translated works of avowed anti-communists. Yes, anti-communism does not equal Nazis. I hate to break it to you, but National Socialism is kind of close to communism. And one with the Nazi, again, the eagle is not inherently Nazi. Where is it? Where is it? I can't make it out. Is there a swastika on here? There's a lot of symbology here. This looks like a World War I era book, if anything. Worth noting, Funny Windmill is specifically tilted onto a edge with Nazi imagery. Yes, there's a very specific way for it to be depicted. The picture quality does not lend itself for me to confirm or deny the presence of a swastika. 1914 definitely does not do anything for the argument. Okay, I see a Nazi swastika, but again, there's a of one of the three books. I can't make out the title of the book. But it seems to be a book on German military history. I hate to break it to you, but German military history does include the Wehrmacht. Sucks to suck. Commies also abhor the wolf trap heraldry, which predates centuries. Yeah. Okay. So the accent is on the fetish gear here, which is generally normal for girls to appreciate on each other. Okay, let's see. The hardcover book displays features 2 books with the Iron Cross, again irrelevant, and one with the Nazi eagle, complete with a swastika. That we did confirm. 3 books show are popular fascist works. The Essential Speeches of Adolf Hitler, Burning Soul, Neo-Nazi. Okay, these are bad books. I can't disprove the fact that the books are in fact bad, but it doesn't really speak to a wider attitude of the owner of said books. Gay guys, did you know the Luftwaffe was the same as the Nazi Air Force, and the modern German Air Force still uses the name, so they support Nazis? I guess so. While Kershaw, and again, we're sort of attempting a smear by proxy here. While Kershaw is a political VTuber, it remains unclear if the content creator was aware of the Nazi imagery seen in the bookshelves. Well, given that it took us, a good 10 minutes to even identify it, I'd say probably not. Or the various... Wait, there are more fascist books on display? What the fuck? Voice of the Populace, Sword of Christ, Yu-Gi-Oh, a known fascist book. I have to agree with that. Kirsch's retarded, so no. Listen, we love the Foxu, regardless of any kind of temporary retardation that may afflict her. I trust that she will recover in due time. Escape from Detroit. Which one of these are supposed to be? Which one of these are supposed to be fascist books? Oh, Christ. In fact, several VTubers jumped into a lively Twitter debate, so an irrelevant shit-flinging contest, about whether Kershaw had the knowledge to recognize fascist imagery at all. One German VTuber claimed she didn't even know that the Iron Cross was a popular Nazi symbol. It's because it's not a Nazi symbol inherently. It is a German Medal of Valor that predates Nazism. Regardless, it's likely Kershaw is now aware of the imagery and meaning of the books shared by the retweet user after a day's worth of discourse on Twitter. That would imply that she pays attention to the Twitter cockroaches at all. Sencho's post remains shared on Twitter. It's almost as if Kershaw does not have granular control over the people who buy her merch or post pictures with it, and getting into shitfights with people about it is not a good long-term strategy. Perhaps it's irrelevant whether Kershaw knew about the political imagery behind Sencho's post. What matters most is how gamersubs feel on the matter. No, that's actually completely irrelevant. This is not Kershaw's first controversy. It kind of is. It's a non-controversy, if anything. Likely it won't be her last, which begs the question, is there a line Kersha and other content creators can cross before partnership is threatened with the company? Vice has reached out to GamerSupps, Kersha, and Kaio for comment, and I hope that you will be told to cope, seethe, and seek out help with a rope. Reminder that journalists aren't people and do not have human rights. I need a palate cleanser. I need to pick me up. Stephen Miller has been putting out some bangers recently, so we're gonna listen to him absolutely wipe the floor with some journo cucks. Kitsunero was said German Chuba, and she is also a silly Billy. The irony. This has given Kitsu more profile than anything. Okay. I don't mind that. Again, I think good collaborative Chubas who don't engage in shit flinging should be prioritized and should be watched and appreciated.
Hey Steven, how are you? Hey, I'm good, thank you. Good morning, everybody. Who wants to go first?
Look at that man, his driven gaze, looking for people he can deport right here and now. Are you a citizen, bitch? Show me your papers.
Do you plan on ramping up or does the administration plan on ramping up deportations to El Salvador? And how many people do you want El Salvador to take from the United States?
Well, as an example,
Craig from Side Scrollers went fucking hard on Valens. Is Valens the author of that shit piece? He was legit mad. I think here's the thing. The internet has already, I think the horrific ratio that person has suffered on the announcement tweet for that article is the best punishment that we can direct towards him. Like, we don't even need to get into the funny memeing stuff. Like, we don't need to post things like journos get the rope or things of that nature. I think his existence is punishment enough. And it's a situation of, it's fun to dunk on the poorly written article filled with nothing burgers, but overall, the less surface area you have with subhuman filth like that, the better.
there are thousands of either trained Deragua members left in this country or their affiliates and associates. So obviously some portion of those will be going to El Salvador as part of our effort to eradicate this foreign terrorist organization from the United States. But there's no upper limit to the agreement. We're going to continue to send foreign terrorist aliens to El Salvador as well as to many other countries.
I think you were first, I think. Is the president asking President Bukele today to send Mr. Abrego Garcia back to the U.S.?
Why would he do that?
Very clear about this. The Supreme Court ruled that the district court cannot, obviously, compel us to conduct diplomacy or foreign policy with another nation. And so they overturned the district court order. And they said very clearly that the district court, it was actually a unanimous ruling, overreached in that ruling. I'm not going to reveal any head of state conversations or conversations at the State Department or the lower level. But the important point that we all agree on is that he's an El Salvadorian. That is his country of nativity and citizenship. He is an illegal alien in the United States. He has no lawful right to be here. He was issued a final order of removal from this country. And so it's up to El Salvador and to the government and the people of El Salvador what the fate of their own citizens is. We can't extradite citizens of foreign countries to our country over the objection of those countries. Obviously, to do that would be a monstrous violation of international law. We can't go into other countries and kidnap their citizens and then take them back into our country. That's up to El Salvador and their own.
To send him back, right?
But it's their
Why?
Citizen, right? He's in it. This is so. Remember, this whole entire conversation has been wrong from the beginning because nobody was mistakenly deported anywhere. That's like the big fact that all of you, most of you, have gotten wrong. No one was mistakenly sent anywhere. The only mistake that was made is a lawyer put an incorrect line in a legal filing and they've since been relieved of duty. He is El Salvadorian. He is an illegal alien. He was deported to El Salvador. I would welcome anyone here to tell me what country they think we should be sending El Salvadorian illegal aliens to.
Didn't a judge order that he not be deported to El Salvador 5 years ago?
So
the judge can blow it out his ass. God fucking damn it, Vinian is shitting itself again, isn't it? I'm not enjoying this. I should have probably... What the fuck is happening with my CPU? I'm not even doing anything that's memory intensive. I don't know what this thing's problem is. Let me quickly pull up my task manager just a second. Something's not right. Something's not right. I'm seeing Vinian. Is Adobe up? No, it's not. I'm not seeing any services that I didn't launch. Yeah, the CPU is just shitting itself for no reason at all. Convenient capture, yeah. Fuck, okay. This is just a 4090 shitting itself. No, sorry, for 4070. But regardless, no, the 4070 is actually not shitting itself. It's doing perfectly fine. It's the CPU it's a fucking i9 that's shitting itself. But yeah, the judge can blow it out his ass.
what you're referring to is an immigration judge. So that's Article 2, not Article 3. So there was no Article 3 restraint on his removal. A withholding order or a cancellation of removal order, first of all, as I'm sure you know, does not eliminate the deportation order, right? We all agree on that. So his status was he's an illegal alien who's been ordered deported, which means he can be indefinitely detained and removed to any other country in the world, right? He can be sent to literally any country on the face of the earth. But the preference, general matter, is to deport someone to their home country, right? In this case, El Salvador. Because he is a member of a foreign terrorist organization, withholding orders don't apply to FTOs for obvious reasons. So if you had an illegal alien, say from Syria, who's a member of ISIS, they can't apply for withholding of removal. So that principle applies here. Furthermore, the gang that he said was going to persecute him, so this theory that he's an MS-13 and there's this rival gang, the 18th Street gang, doesn't exist anymore in El Salvador. So the entire concept is false. But again, when the media talks about the idea that there was a mistaken removal, it implies to, I think, a normal listener, the wrong person was sent somewhere. He's an illegal alien from El Salvador. Where was he sent? To El Salvador. Where does he belong?
Simple as.
In El Salvador.
Right? It's different
He belongs
sending someone home and sending them into a prison that they could remain in for
It is
life.
up to El Salvador how to handle the process for their own citizens. Again, what you seem to be asking us to do is to change the government and the laws of El Salvador. So if we deport somebody back to, for example, Syria, should we be closely involved on a day-to-day basis with the Syrian government, detailing that person's life and future? If we deport, say,
I can see a lib shit woman responding yes to that, actually.
100,000 people back to Haiti, should we open a case file on each of those 100,000 people and ask every day, what's their housing situation? What's their healthcare situation? What might they need?
And who's going to pay for that, by the way?
What might they want? Once someone's out of our country, that becomes the problem of their host country, not our country. These people chose to invade us. So there's a lot of concern from the corporate media about the invaders.
It's almost as if when you do a thing that's illegal, you should suffer the consequences of doing a thing that's illegal. More on that in News at 11.
But they chose to invade us. It's our responsibility to return them back to where they came from or another country willing to take them.
Stephen, is the president going to ask for him to be returned to the United States or not? Like, yes or no?
So first of all, it's not a question for me to answer, but I think that the assumption that underlies the question is what needs to be corrected, which is that there was no mistake that was made. He was sent, so what, let me ask you, so what do you think would happen to him if he came back to this country? As your understanding of immigration laws, what do you think would happen?
But I'm just asking
it's important to know.
about whether
You're asking a lot of questions.
The president,
You are all asking a lot of questions about this, and you all seem to care about it a lot. So let's see if any of you have researched anything about this issue at all. Can anyone here tell me what would happen to the illegal alien from El Salvador if he came back to the United States? Does anyone here know? Does anyone want to guess?
Fucking crickets. I love it. I love how he's tard wrangling the fucking journos every time. What the fuck? Why would we ask for him back exactly?
He could be with his family.
What? Does any of you know the
Families can be deported together, my guy.
answer to the question? Legally, what would happen if he came back here? Does any of you know? Any of you?
Do you really believe the
writing?
Supreme Court?
I'm talking.
Do you
now.
really believe the
You
Supreme
need to
Court
stop.
doesn't?
I'm talking now.
Doesn't think he
Does
should be
any of
returned?
you-
Why was it unanimous?
You're done. Does any of you know the answer to the question? Does any of you? You've been talking about it for days.
They all would deport him again, no?
He would be arrested.
Okay.
He'd be put in confinement. He would be deported the second time to El Salvador again, because there's no withholding order for an alien who's a member of a foreign terrorist organization, number one. Number two is the gang that he's a member of doesn't exist in El Salvador anymore. So what you're asking for is to be deported twice. But additionally, if we chose to pretend, just pretend, that the withholding order was real, he would be deported to a different country. So, for example, he could be deported to Egypt. So, I'm just trying to understand, is it your view, in other words, you have to find a country that would be willing to take a MS-13 member from El Salvador. So I'm trying to understand from you all is, so if he came back and under our laws, he was then deported to Egypt or to Somalia, would you then be saying, great, I'm so glad that you deported him to another country? Is that what you'd all be saying? Like, do you understand our immigration laws at all? But the premise of your question, the gentlemen, the return, guys, do you know the difference between a deportation order and a withholding order? Do you know the difference? Any of you, please.
Well, we're not in the government.
But you couldn't even spend 72 hours over the weekend learning the distinction, even though you've been writing and talking about it this whole time.
Stephen, we're not going anywhere. On the gold cards.
Just raise your hand. Does any of you know the difference between a deportation order and a withholding order?
My question is, how do you know that he is a member of MS-13? The White House has repeatedly said it.
Because that was in his fucking statement to get a withholding order, you fucking retard. You actual glue drinking retard.
According to, by the way, according to our government and his government.
He was apprehended with other MS-13 members. The testimony of other MS-13 members confirmed that he is an MS-13. That he's an MS-13 member. His gang tattoos confirm that he is an MS-13 member. Because guess the fuck what? If he was sporting gang tattoos while not being a member of said gang in the presence of gang members, he would have been dead.
In other words, his government has confirmed based on their own intelligence that he's a member of MS-13. First of all, do you dispute that he's an illegal alien?
What's that?
Do you dispute that he's an illegal alien?
No.
Okay. And
exactly, that's motivation enough. If you're an illegal alien, get the fuck out.
Do you dispute that as an illegal alien, we have the right to deport him?
There's a new deal at Tim Hortons. Get a $3 breakfast sandwich when you buy any size hot or iced coffee. Freshly cracked eggs paired with 100% premium Arabica coffee.
Isn't Tim Hortons that one chain in Canada that's had fecal matter found in the donuts, or am I misremembering? It's the one that employs a lot of Indians. I'm sure there's no connection.
He went through the legal process. So I want to be very...
Yeah, it's Canada's sole it's Canada's sole claim to fame, with which they won't shut up about. Well, I think they may shut up now. I think they may shut up about it now, finally.
What I'm getting from this conversation, which is educational for me, is that not one person in the media knows the difference between a deportation order and a withholding order. Is that a fair statement? You're learning about this all for the first time right now? I guess so. Okay. So the deportation order means the judge has said he must be deported from the country. He has no right to remain here any longer. He must be removed from the country. So his only options are to be deported to his home country or another country. That's it. There's no other option. He doesn't get to stay here. He doesn't get to live here. He has no future here. He has no right to be here. He's an illegal alien. So when you keep saying return, because you've been spun up by the open borders advocates, you all seem to be operating under the illusion that he would be able to come to the United States and just continue to live here illegally. That's not an option available to him. His only choices in life are to live in El Salvador or to live in another country. That's it. There's no other option, legally or otherwise, because he came to our country illegally. Do you understand that?
Stephen, can I ask, as a matter of policy, does the administration believe that immigration judges, because they're under DOJ, that their orders can be overruled by what the administration wants? Is that a general matter of policy?
Well, actually, so specifically, is the Attorney General has authority to overrule the immigration courts, and that's actually by statute, yes. Other questions?
Stephen, on the gold card,
the President and Secretary Lutnick have suggested they're lining up applicants already. How many people do you expect to be tagged to this program when the President announces it this week, if he actually announces it this week?
I'll let Secretary Lutnick provide that update, but I appreciate that.
White House administration is going to deport 1 million undocumented people.
Much more than that. Much more.
Oh, yes. Yes, Stephen Miller talk sweet nothings about deporting millions into my ears. You love to see it. I'm going to put that on a ringtone.
Stephen, also of the 10 alleged gang members.
Hold up. I'm going to see if there's a clippable soundbite that I can use as a redeem.
Be tagged to this program. I'll let Secretary Lutnick provide that update, but I appreciate that.
The White House administration is going to deport 1 million undocumented people.
Much more than that. Much more.
Stephen, of the
Just the fucking ecstasy in his face as he says that. I think he popped a half-mast while he was fantasizing about deporting fucking millions. You know what? As nice as JD Vance is, he lacks malice. He's not as driven. I need someone who fucking hates illegals as much as Stephen Miller does. I am slowly shifting towards Miller 2028.
Stephen, also of the 10 alleged gang members that Secretary Rubio said were sent to El Salvador over the weekend.
I want to work for Stephen Miller. This exactly.
What sort of due process did they
I want Stephen Miller to deputize me to hunt illegals for sport.
get as mandated by the Supreme Court?
Well, you're talking about the alien enemies?
Yes, the alien.
So first of all,
give us letters of marque, Stephen. You know you want to.
Well, a number of those are MS-13. So again, those are just standard removals of El Salvadorians to El Salvador. And without
what evidence did you provide that they were MS-13?
Okay, so we seem to be confused about this. Illegal aliens from El Salvador, again, get deported to El Salvador. Do you all appreciate that like tens of thousands of El Salvadorians have been deported to El Salvador? You seem to be under the impression that El Salvadorians living in our country illegally just get to stay here. They don't. They get arrested and deported. Then the fact that they're MS-13 just puts an extra priority on our deporting them. But we would deport someone to El Salvador regardless of whether or not they were MS-13 if they were here illegally. That's just an extra, because of the priority on public safety threats, we're emphasizing the removals of gang members, in this case, foreign terrorist organization gang members. But as to your other question, they went through all of the due process, as you would call it, that is required by law. So, but I just want to, what I find so mystifying is that I've been talking to you all for a very long time. I legitimately, in my entire, going back years actually, in my entire professional life, I've never received this many questions from the media about an American who was raped or murdered by an illegal alien. Like, legitimately never. And all of you who are enjoying your lives and doing quite well, if you had children and you were living near any of these people, you would move away immediately. You would call the police immediately. You would call us and ask us to make you and your family safer immediately. And you thank your lucky stars every night that you have enough means and enough money not to live in communities where, say, illegal alien pedophiles offend and reoffend and keep reoffending and keep reoffending. There's an expression there, but for the grace of God, go I. The Biden administration apprehended 2 illegal aliens from Venezuela. They were trained to Aragua. A lot more than 2, but the story I'm telling is 2. And they decided they were entitled to an enormous amount of due process. And they didn't feel they had enough evidence to just deport them right away. So they put them on a monitoring system known as supervised release. You're familiar with this case. But a few weeks later, they kidnapped a young girl named Jocelyn Nungary, who was 12 years old at the time. I'm sure you've seen pictures of her. Just the most perfect girl you could possibly imagine. And her mother loved her very much. She was tied up, savagely beaten, stripped naked, tortured to death, murdered. Her body was dumped into the lake. So she didn't get any due process, but I'll tell you who did are the 2 illegal aliens from Venezuela who stole her forever. And there's stories like that all over the country. We just arrested a pedophile illegal alien who is being shielded by Sanctuary City, who's been charged in 20 sex crimes against children. None of you, any of you have had the chance to spend time with victims' families, whose children have been raped, or whose wives have been raped and murdered. But if that doesn't break your heart, nothing will. And I know that we.
It's funny how these people, quote unquote, always go to bat for violent sex offenders who are in the country illegally. It's interesting how they always have so much compassion for that particular cohort of people, the violent, multiple felons. Funny how that works out. Never for the victims, never any concern for that happening. And before someone tries to bring a misnomer of, well, those are fucking edge cases, those are cases that should have never happened, is what they are. These people should not have been in the country in the first place, and they should not have been able to commit these horrific crimes in the first place. Just like the Pakistani who, in England, kidnapped a teen girl. He should not have been. Him and his ilk should not have been in the country to commit the crime in the first place.
We have some people, like Taylor Lawrence, who fantasize about assassinations and things like that. But in the civilized society, the power of the state is used to keep innocent people alive and to keep innocent women and children from being hurt. This administration is never going to apologize for using the power of the state to keep men, women, and children from being savagely murdered and beaten. If we release known and suspected MS-13 and Train Diragua, and then there's another Jocelyn Nungri, then whose responsibility is that going to be? Do you think that we're going to sit around wringing our hands, wondering if, maybe we should, release this person, give them a little bit of extra time, give them a little bit extra chance to plead their case, and then what? They kidnap somebody, they slit their throat, they shoot them in the head, and we say, well, at least the illegal alien got due process. They're here illegally. The only place that they deserve to go is to some country other than our country. And it's not a statistic. These are real lives. These are real families. There's whole neighborhoods in Los Angeles controlled by illegal alien Mexican street gangs. Entire neighborhoods where you have to live in fear because of individuals here illegally engaged in extortion and crime. Not to mention the fentanyl.
I would actually go as far as saying that if someone goes and cuts one of these very obvious illegal aliens loose, and then said illegal alien proceeds to commit a violent crime, I think whoever signed off on the release should get the short end of the prosecutorial stick. I think there should be a charge made for people like that, who were very obviously ignoring their duty to maintain the peace. Has always driven you fucking nuts. Oh, that's about XYZ. No, fuck, god damn it. If they were not here, they would not be there to kill who they kill. Exactly.
Cartels that have functional control over the entire northern territory in Mexico, who are pumping fentanyl, lacing our drugs with this chemical. Children are ending up dead. They're going out to a weekend party. They think they're taking something safe, and they get a heart attack and they die by the thousands. So we're not going to apologize for doing something about that. And I just wish we lived in a country where the media gave 1/10 a damn as much about Americans who were murdered and brutalized and savagely killed, beaten to death, as they did about whether illegal aliens that we all agree are illegal aliens should get 1 million days in court and 1 million trials and 1 million this and 1 million that.
At taxpayer expense, I might add. Oh, fuck, the camera's frozen again.
There's 15 million illegal aliens that violently enter the country. If every one of them got the trial that you're asking for, it would take us centuries to remove them. Centuries. We've been talking about this in 300-400 years. Their great-great-great-grandchildren would be the ones representing them in court. That's how long it would take. Illegal aliens who come to our country have to be removed, and they have to be removed quickly, and that is an essential component of having something that we like to call a country.
Stephen, on the
one
matter,
last question.
on the matter of visa restrictions, the president on his first day. Sorry, the president on his first day in office signed an executive order calling on his administration, the Department of Homeland Security, State Department, DNI, to come up with a list of countries that did meet the United States' vetting standards and to potentially put full or partial visa restrictions on those countries. I just want to know what is the status of that report that was due to the administration last month? Do you have a list yet of countries?
So the State Department has done the work that you're describing. Is currently going through the standard review process. I don't have any update beyond that, but I mean, you're correct in your in your statement that this was a product that was called for at the beginning of the administration and it's being worked on, and hope to have a further update for you soon. Last question. If I may, entire neighborhoods where you have to live in fear because of individuals here illegally engaged in extortion and
partial visa restrictions on those countries. I just want to know what is the status of that report?
When it comes to this White House considering sending U.S. citizens to El Salvador because of being criminals, is that the same argument? Cost?
So the El Salvadorian deportation program is for illegal aliens, but I would also say that on the cost point, what we're referring to is the fact that long-term incarceration in the United States, I don't know, probably costs like 100x what it costs to send somebody to El Salvador. So that's in other words, if an illegal alien commits a crime in this country and then has to go into our judicial and penal system, I don't know the exact numbers, but I'm assuming it's probably like 100x cost. But I'll just close by saying the amount of lives that we've saved since we showed up by shutting down the border, since President Trump issued his executive orders and began deporting criminals, is already in the thousands. And by the way, we've been out looking for the 500,000 children that Biden trafficked.
Is it just me, or does Stephen Miller has a bit of upspeak? Am I the only one who's hearing a little bit of Valley Girl in there?
Country, the stories we've already uncovered of sex trafficking and labor trafficking and child abuse is beyond imagination. 500,000 minors were smuggled into this country under the last administration, and the administration not only didn't do anything to prevent it, in every way they funded it, subsidized it, facilitated it, supported it, contributed.
Finally, I can listen to the news and to an interview that doesn't send me into a blind swinging rage. But I'm about to change that. You know what? We're drowning in a fucking feminist nightmare. It's hard to navigate the HR mountain to hell without absorbing some of their speech patterns. I think he's probably just Californians. I'm poking fun at him. It doesn't sound as bad as the typical Valley Girl grift. But speaking of grift, I have become so desperate for traffic that I shall now react to Shoe on Head. let me big her up a little. Wait, why is her layer over mine? That's not fair. That's not right. You get behind me. There you go. Such an obnoxious socialist midwit. That's why she makes for good React content. She's okay sometimes. Whenever the man she dates has correct opinions, she's all right. Listen, good on Armored Skeptic for being able to score a threesome with her and Lauren Southern. That's all I'm going to say.
Along with Elon Musk, have created a new government agency called Doge. And what I originally thought was just an older sibling giving a younger sibling an unplugged video game controller actually turned into a real thing. And their first order of business was dismantling USAID, an innocent government program that helped poor people all around the world. Or was it?
Is it really a threesome of Shu just watching a hotter woman fuck her man? Listen, I'm not going to investigate the logistics of that. I'm just going to celebrate a brother when he scores. That's it.
Hello and welcome back to the Shoe on Head channel. I am Shoe on Head and I am not real. I am a figment of your imagination. You have been in a coma since 2012. Wake up. Wake up. Today we will be talking about the dark, seedy underbelly of USAID. This is a topic I've been interested in for a very long time now. And now that recently USAID has been in the news, I figured it is a perfect time to finally talk about it. All the mainstream liberal coverage I've seen of this has basically been late-night talk show hosts crying fake tears about it being dismantled, and all the mainstream Republican coverage has just been about all the woke shit USAID was apparently funding. But I promise you, it is more than that. A lot more. If you're not a very political person and you only come here to consume the Reddit gender war slop, you should still stick around for this because this gets juicy. And remember, even if you're not interested in politics, politics is interested in you. And
I mean, I can't disagree with her. She is kind of right on that particular point. So, again, credit where credit is due. I like to fancy myself an open-minded individual. When I hear someone make a good point, I'm going to actually begrudgingly agree with it, regardless of whether it's Hamas Piker or Shoe on Head.
And trust me, I understand why some people aren't interested in politics. It's confusing, it's stressful, it's a lot to keep up with. I feel like 500 things happen every single day. But thankfully, I have a tool to help with that. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, this video is sponsored by USA. Just kidding. This video is sponsored by Ground News. Let's quickly give them a shout out and then we will jump back into this deep dive.
We're gonna endure the ad
Ground
because
News is a website and
because we're doing React content. It is the appropriate thing to do to let the ad play out. Plato said that oh no, Terry, what is going on with your space bar? So that the wage of a man ignoring the ways of those who are in power is to be ruled by evil men. Yeah, that's pretty much. See, you also agree with Shoe on Head. Now live with that.
And an app that gives readers a fun and transparent way to read the news all across the political spectrum, from left, right, and center. Every story comes with a quick visual breakdown of political bias that helps you understand the full story and makes sure you're getting both sides. One of my favorite features of Ground News has to be the blind spot feature. It shows you news stories that have been covered by only one side of the political spectrum and ignored by the other side. For example, here is a story about how Elon Musk apparently pressured the Reddit CEO to moderate content on the site. Right away, we can see that the story has been covered by 12 sources. And out of these 12 sources, 75% lean left. And no right-wing sources have covered it. Ground News also makes it really easy to compare headlines to see how political bias or ownership.
Am I just being an old angry geezer, or is the concept of having someone read the news for you and then regurgitate them in something approximating an unbiased fashion kind of fucking stupid? Is that just me, or I don't know, maybe I'm not dialed in with my time management that I don't need something like that.
Can affect the framing of a story. For example, this right-wing headline about how Trump is taking executive action to make DC safe and beautiful, while this left-leaning headline frames the same story as Trump wants Washington, DC to be Berlin 1939. What? I've been using Ground News for 4 years now because it's great, I love it, and it really helps me see how both sides frame things so differently. Best of all, I am currently people have lost faith in legacy media and are desperate for checking notes to offload their mental agency again. Yeah, that does sound a bit like it. It's sort of like it looks like we're creating another bottleneck to be inevitably overtaken by activists. Excuse me. Offering 40% off their Vantage plan, which is what I use to access all of their amazing features. This comes out to only $5 a month. That's like the price of a coffee, and it is so
yeah, I'd rather just have my coffee, please and thank you.
Worth it. Is one of the first apps
I say as I've spent an upward of $200 on tea this month.
Check in the morning. It's great. So go to ground.news/shoe or use the QR code on screen right here, or use the link in the video description down below. Again, that is ground.news/shoe, or click the link down below. I think what they're doing is super important because it helps people approach the news in a more fair and balanced way, and I feel like we need that now more than ever. So thank you.
And once Ground News starts paying me for advertising plugs, I will also have that opinion.
Thank you to Ground News for sponsoring this video, and thank you, the viewer, for not skipping the ad. Right. Now let's get back to this USAID.
And what if I did? What are you gonna do?
Deep dive, shall we? So, Donald Trump and Elon Musk created the Department of Government Efficiency.
Incorrect. They've modified an Obama-era agency of what was it? Department of Electronic Government Services, I think. Something to that effect.
AKA Doge. Get it? Like the Reddit meme from 2012? Epic bacon, my fellow memers.
It was never a Reddit meme. The meme predates Reddit.
Honestly, who am I to talk about dead memes? My username is Shoe on Head. So Doge's supposed goal seems to be cutting useless spending the government is making us pay taxes.
It's not its supposed goal, it's its actual goal.
On. Now, I have very mixed feelings about taxes. From each according to his ability, to each according to his needs. Taxation is theft! The tree of liberty will be refreshed with the blood of tyrants! My opinion has always been
It's interesting that she owns a full-size Gadsden flag, but sure.
You're going to pay taxes in this country, could they at least go to things that actually help people, like Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security?
No, I would like those taxes to benefit me directly.
child tax credits, firefighters fixing our bridges
The firefighters, sure.
and roads, castrating pedophiles, government-funded girlfriends, things like that.
All
and
good
yes,
things.
we should be auditing the government. I think that's a good thing. Frankly, I don't care who does it as long as they do it well. Good.
See, Shoeonhead is okay. She makes sense sometimes. She's not all bad. The Bernie rot hasn't set in.
Things are good, bad things are bad. I'm anti-bad things, pro-good things. Those are my politics. And hating libertarians. Just kidding, I love libertarians. I get along great with them. As long as we don't talk about child labor. Anyway,
Your eyeshadow looks ugly.
Doge got straight to work, firing government workers and basically hiring my Twitter mutuals. What was once a theater kid-occupied government is now a right-wing schizo poster-occupied government.
You'll love to see it.
No, I am not joking.
So this is a 19-year-old high school graduate who has used the unfortunate nickname Big Balls online. So that would be one way that we could refer to him. He is now working at Musk's behest.
I love how she physically recoils as she has to say. Oh, that is so good.
Inside Doge.
If you had told me 10 years ago that Donald Trump and Elon Musk would hire some Zoomer named Big Balls to help audit the government, I'd believe it. Like, yeah, that checks out. They have no relevant experience. Most of them aren't old enough to rent a car. They're
What?
not even old enough to rent a car. They're in their 20s. We sent 18-year-olds to go die in the wars you cheerlead on, you evil hag. Why are they so focused on the ages of these people when our government
Not
is basically
wrong.
a retirement home? But
Not only that, but that's a point that I've made previously. People who are pearl-clutching over the fact that, oh my god, fucking 20-year-olds are doing an audit of the government. Who the fuck do you think does audits of businesses in the Big Four and the Big Three? Who do you think are the actual fucking grunts breathing in archive dust? Constantly being at the risk of being smothered by the fucking powder-operated fire system inside of an archive filled with bad finance documentation. It's always 20-year-olds. I was that fucking 20-year-old working fucking 13-hour days during an audit at a for-profit company. That's who does those audits all of the time. Fresh university graduates. Because they can survive on no sleep and 5 cans of Red Bull.
honestly, I don't blame Hillary Clinton. If I were her, I also wouldn't want 22-year-olds in the government. Months before dismantling the Department of Education, or apparently Sesame Street.
I mean, there's 100 reasons off the top of your head. You thought you wanted skills. These guys are specialists, high-level autists. Exactly. Well, see, high-level autisms, that's a buff on top of the skills they have. Also, they're the ones who will live with the government the longest. It's not only that. It's just that your frontline specialists are going to be in their 20s because these are shock and horror people entering the workforce.
Doge's first order of business was dismantling U.S. aid.
Without providing any proof, Elon said USAID is a criminal organization. Oh yeah, they're an international crime syndicate hell-bent on helping people.
Pretty f***ed up, huh?
I don't care about helping people. It's not why I pay taxes. God, you hate this. Yeah, Colbert fell off.
Taking money away from an aid program that helps poor people all around the world.
Why the fuck would I want to help poor people all around the world? Can I opt out of that particular racket? Can I pay like half as much taxes but not help any poor people around the world? I would accept that. Like I need spending money for ammo. These poor people around the world don't need it. They can't own guns or ammo anyway.
Except USAID was not exactly that. In fact, it doesn't even f***ing stand for aid. It stands for United States Agency for International Development. It has f*** all to do with aid. But honestly, I don't blame you for thinking it does. After all, they do make the word aid a different color in the logo. Those sneaky bastards. Although it said USAID provides
Listen, that's just good visual design.
42% of global aid. The truth is, most of those funds are just spent paying US contractors and secretly conducting regime change all around the world. In fact, 80% of all—
See, I don't even buy that argument. I don't think the shit they were doing for the last 10 years is actually effective in terms of regime change. All they did was fund gay race communism through NGOs, creating useless jobs for useless, otherwise unemployable women.
All USAID funding goes to just 75 organizations, while only 6% of that goes to aid. And by auditing USAID, Doge exposed the true, real puppet masters behind the secret cabal of evil masterminds funding the woke ideology spreading all around the globe. You. Yes, it was you, American taxpayer. Turns out the deep state was the friends we made along the way. And yes, it's true, we are spending billions of dollars in our tax money to fund things like teaching Sri Lankan journalists how to avoid binary gendered language, combating disinformation in Kazakhstan, promoting inclusion in Vietnam, millions to an Armenian LGBT group, millions to rebuild the Cuban media ecosystem, millions for LGBT causes in the Western Balkans, millions for LGBT activism in Uganda, millions for atheism in Nepal, millions for male circumcision around the world, and $2 million for sex changes in Guatemala. And many other things that were so ridiculous I had to double check to make sure I wasn't being trolled. Taxpayer-funded sex changes in Guatemala? We don't even do that here! Now, you might be saying, Shoo, this seems like some stupid anti-woke shit. And yeah, kind of. You got me. But I ask you, young naive liberal, why the f*** was John Bolton once the head of USAID? John Bolton, for those of you who are unaware—
I have a theory about that. I'm going to let her finish her thought there, but I have a bit of a tinfoil hat theory there.
—is an infamous neocon hack. He's literally criticized Trump for not being enough of a warmonger.
It's almost as if the fucking neocons are just Democrats in drag.
Neocon hacks, for those same few of you who are unaware, are the people in our government responsible for meddling with other countries all around the world and getting us into wars for basically funsies. The people who suck the teat of Raytheon, Boeing, etc.
Hey, keep the name of Raytheon out of your whore mouth, please and thank you. I kid, of course.
Military-industrial complex's favorite Discord kid.
Out of your socialist mouth, I mean.
These guys come in shades of red and blue. So why was John Bolton, a red guy, in charge of the same program, USAID, that is sending American taxpayer money to foreign countries to have things like trans pride parades? The truth is, the USAID thing goes a lot deeper than what a lot of Republican commentators are saying.
So as it was explained by Mike Baker on the Joe Rogan Experience, and I think, again, him being a multi-decade glowy in the CIA, he has some good perspective on it, but he also lacks perspective due to proximity. Those were envisioned as pressure groups. The idea was to fund these fringe groups and use them as sources, as basically valves of pressure to apply to regimes that weren't being cooperative with Pax Americana. There is a problem of effectiveness, because I think that USAID suffered mission bloat to the extent where the groups they were funding were not being selected due to their effectiveness of actually exacting any kind of change or pressure, but just by the mere fact of proliferating gay race communism. And in the process of doing so, and suffering this mission creep, they've just focused on funding gay race communism and dropping the premise of it being effective for anything else entirely.
It wasn't just a bunch of libtards in government wasting our money on stupid woke things.
No, it was just a bunch of libtards in government wasting our money on stupid woke things.
No, there's way more than that. You see, it's current year and we can't just do old-fashioned imperialism anymore. The people don't like that. It's a new era, so we have to dress it up in glitter and rainbows. To put it bluntly, USAID is nothing but another form of taxpayer-funded regime change, wearing an innocent mask of aid. Shut up, Shoo! You dumb bimbo populist! You reactionary shitlord! You cry, tears running down your fat, retarded face. The United States is just giving foreign countries
Why are you bleeping out the word retarded? It's not a controlled word, even on fucking YouTube.
billions of dollars out of the kindness of their hearts! Oh yeah? I have a lovely bridge on sale down the road. Would you like to buy it? Listen, despite all its faults, I love America, and I love the American people. But if
There are no faults, get the fuck out.
you believe the corrupt, greedy bureaucrats running the deep state of this country do anything out of the kindness of their hearts, you are a sweet, innocent angel and you need to be protected at all costs. I especially side-eye any leftist who has the nerve to run defense for USAID, especially those who call themselves socialists or commies.
Especially ones that were paid by USAID.
Considering the fact that USAID was basically originally created to destroy communist countries all around the world. Established in 1961 by President John F. Kennedy under the noble guise of aiding developing nations, USAID was, in many respects, an instrument during the Cold War to counter Soviet influence and keep the Third World from crafting its own socioeconomic model.
I would argue that that preventing communism from establishing itself in your country is very much a form of aid, because preventing your population from massacring itself and then dying out from a horrific famine is considered aid, yes.
A year after President John Kennedy created USAID in 1960,
escaping communism should be considered a service.
He told its directors that, as we do not want to send American troops to a great many areas where freedom may be under attack, we send you.
Okay.
It wasn't long before the CIA spotted an opportunity to extend its reach. In 1962, USAID launched its Office of Public Safety to send agents around the world under the guise of training police officers. But as it turned out, the trainers were busy teaching enhanced interrogation techniques, a euphemism for torture. The scandal broke out in 1966, and although the office was finally shut down in 1974, the dark practices persisted within military and intelligence circles.
See, this is what I want my three-letter agencies to do. I want them to be filled with badasses to do horrific, immoral, but highly effective shit.
By 1980, USAID Administrator John Gilligan was candid enough to describe the agency as nothing more than a graduate school for the CIA. At one time, many aid field offices were—
Good night, Crispy, and thank you for checking in. I've just hydrated, so I'll count that towards your redeem.
Infiltrated from top to bottom with CIA people, he said. It was pretty well known in the agency who they were and what they were up to. The idea was to plant operatives in every kind of activity we had overseas, government, volunteer, religious, every kind. USAID was quickly nicknamed the CIA's little sister. Oh, and here is John Bolton holding a trophy given to him by USAID in the shape of a hand grenade. Yeah, nothing to see here, folks. So let's talk about Zune Zaneo, shall we? Sit down. I love this story. Taken directly from Wikipedia, Zune Zaneo was an online social networking and microblogging service created by the United States Agency for International Development, aka USAID, and marketed to Cuban users. It was covertly developed as a long-term strategy to encourage Cuban youths to revolt against the nation's government. The developers aimed to use non-controversial content, such as sports and music, to build up subscribers and then to slowly introduce political messages through social bots to encourage dissent in an astroturfing initiative. So basically, USAID created a fake-ass social media platform in Cuba with our tax dollars, flooded it with bot content about like sports and music and whatever, just to make it seem normal, then slowly started to manipulate the users and create political division on the app between Cuban citizens in order to create political chaos in this country and a potential uprising.
Okay, but did it work?
So yeah, how dare we take money away from those starving undercover agents to make things—
See, you think that USAID should be defunded because they do shady shit. I think USAID should be defunded because they're bad at their job. We are not the same.
Even more sus, the money we spent on Zune Zaneo was publicly documented as an unnamed project in Pakistan. Yes, this fake-ass social media psyop they created in Cuba was documented by our government as being a project in Pakistan. Now, think of all the other weird shit USAID was supposedly funding. Those sex changes in Guatemala. Were they really sex changes in Guatemala? Or were they some
Show me evidence of the axe wounds.
Covert psyop being done somewhere else in the world? I guess we'll never know now. Using social media to divide the masses and create political division. You don't think— No. They wouldn't do that. I mean, it's kind of weird they asked the former founder of Twitter to help with this project, but no. They would only do social media psyops in other countries, right? Right? In March 2024, a document was exposed that revealed USAID was running covert psyops all around the internet in order to combat populist misinformation about the government on Twitch, Twitter, Reddit, Facebook, and 4chan. Although its internal justification was halting the flow of mis- and disinformation, it seemed particularly concerned with malinformation, a concept it defines as speech that is factually correct but misleading.
It's very cute that Shuan Head is catching up to things we were discussing amongst ourselves 2 years ago, but go off, Queen.
I.e., bothersome truths the US government would prefer the public does not know. USAID suggests directing the public toward mainstream corporate sources of information and psychologically inoculating them against inconvenient facts that challenge US power by pre-bunking information before people see it.
Oh, never mind. Not 2 years ago. This was in full swing and in full discussion in less reputable corners of the internet. I would say from around the run-up to the 2020 election. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Pre-bunking includes discrediting the brand, the credibility, and reputation of those making false allegations.
You mean like painting Joe Rogan a deathly shade of yellow that he never was to try to present a fiction of him being deathly afflicted by COVID?
In other words, a state-directed attack against alternative media and critics of the US government.
Or maybe that one time that government agencies directed Facebook and Twitter to completely suppress the Hunter Biden laptop story.
So basically, USAID was funding a bunch of dorks to go all around social media and be like, source? Every time someone criticizes the government. This is somehow more pathetic than when I used to use an alt account to defend myself on BreadTube subreddits. That is basically what our government was doing.
Shoo, you're not supposed to admit to that.
Also, I like how this implies the people you called a Fed online might have actually been a Fed. There is a chance that you may have fought with a...
Just saying there's not a small chance. We've definitely busted a lot of Feds. Oh yeah, very, very much so. They're still out there. There's still a plethora of Feds on social media.
A federal agent, a USAID federal agent on Twitter or 4chan. This also implies that, like, streamers and social media influencers may have been funded by USAID. But who? Who among us? Who would be willing to unquestionably, enthusiastically suck establishment cock that hard?
For all the bad stuff America does around the world, USAID was just an organization that did a lot of nice things. Like, it put a lot of money into efforts to help people in a variety of ways, like both materially and culturally.
Okay, first of all, Steven sucks dick out of love for the art. Not for money. As a self-admitted... what's the word I'm looking for? As a self-admitted sommelier of cum, I'm sure he's in it for the purity of the art. But also, fuck everyone, we don't owe anyone any kind of cultural or financial support. A self-admitted cuckold, yes, and a self-admitted cum connoisseur.
It's just like a nice way for the United States to have a positive presence around the world.
For the record, I do not actually believe Destiny is being funded by USAID. I just thought that transition was funny. I fucking love that quote,
Fair
though.
point.
USAID was just a nice organization that did a lot.
You do? You think he was getting at USAID stuff? I don't know. There's no reason for him to still be relevant. There was never a reason for him to be relevant outside of the fact that he makes midwits feel smart for watching his show. Destiny is political slop for people who think that let me rephrase that. Destiny is political slop for people who are too smart to consume Hamas piker, but aren't smart enough to have their own opinions.
A lot of nice things like culturally help people around the world. Culturally help people? Why are we in the business of cultural imperialism? Why do we have to culturally enrich Latin America or the...
Oh, here's the thing. Cultural imperialism, based. Shouldn't be funded with my tax money. It should be executed just through the sheer force of the free market. But aren't smart people enough to ignore... But aren't smart enough to ignore Vosh? Yeah, pretty much.
fucking Balkans. So not only are we the world police, but we are now the world
I mean, we enrich the fucking Balkans with fucking carpet bombings.
HR department? No thank you. Why are we spending billions of dollars doing fuck-ass shit in other countries while ours crumbles? I don't care about teaching gender studies to Ugandans. The pothole in front of my house hasn't been filled in 3 years. These are my taxes, and I believe my taxes should go to help people in my country.
Holy shit, Sean Head with the base take.
I don't think that's controversial to say. And I know many conservatives agree with me. I'll always hear them say, we can't be spending money in Ukraine. We have to take care of our own. And then they just don't take care of their own. Because that's socialism or communism.
No. My own, as in like people within my household. Y'all, all of the fucking rest of you can go fuck themselves.
Or something. Listen, do you actually want to take care of your own? Do you actually want your taxes to go towards helping the poor and sick and families and...
No. I want my taxes to be used in my local community. Everyone else can fuck right off.
This country. Are you actually America first, or are you corpos and foreign countries first? I'm more than happy to work with you on good things to fix this country. But
no Medicaid, fuck yourself, exactly.
I don't think the establishment GOP is.
You don't want able-bodied workers on a program that is intended, for example, for single mothers with 2 small children who's just trying to make it. That's what Medicaid is for, not for 29-year-old males sitting on their couches playing video games. We're going to find those guys and we're going to send them back to work.
First of all, Medicaid is for anyone who needs it, period. And second...
Yeah, and very few people actually need it. Someone who's been trained to stare into the dead, blood-clogged gears of government-funded machines? Fuck no, exactly. Oh, government-funded medicine? Yeah, listen, as someone who grew up within the proximity of government-funded socialized medicine, God fucking no. The first chance you get to not have to engage with government-funded medicine, you fucking don't. You go to the private sector post-fucking haste. Do we have issues with the way our insurance system is set up? Yes. You know who's at fault for that? The fucking federal government.
Second of all, 29-year-old guys? You mean your fucking voter base? You mean the very demographic that is shifting the entire country in your direction? Though
yes, and it's normal to expect those people to be productive members of a society and not have to leech onto social programs. Those people voted for MAGA not because they wanted Gibbs, because they wanted an opportunity to actually be productive and make something of themselves. The only reason people advocate for this shit in your position, they like their paycheck. Shu, because she doesn't have an actual clue. That's. I think that people who advocate for socialized healthcare have not encountered what socialized healthcare looks like in practice.
Those guys? Yeah, we're just wasting so much money helping young men. Those greedy gamers just gobbling up all the tax money. Not massive tax cuts to corporations and the rich. Not all the money to the bloated military-industrial complex. No. Gamers.
I support the military-industrial complex because I, as a free gun-owning American, benefit from the downstream benefits of advancements in small arms. Fuck yeah.
Young men who can't find a job, can't afford a house, can't afford college. Young men who can't build a family because of the society you created.
Nope, because of the society boomers created. Bloated military-industrial complex, bitch, what the Medicare budget was for the last 10 years exactly. 60% of our government spending is entitlement programs. The interest on our debt alone dwarfs is more than our fucking military spending.
Those guys, they need to pull themselves up by their bootstraps and pay for their own Medicare. This care isn't for them, it's for women.
A health insurance plan for one person is, if you shop around for a broker for reasonable coverage, is about $150 per month. I think most people who participate in society can manage that. Yeah, it was cheap pre-Obamacare. No, you can still get reasonable policies. It's nothing major. You won't get good coverage on those, but you can get baseline coverage for reasonably cheap. And again, it's better than socialized medicine because you always have the option to opt in or out to a specific policy that you want. You're so sick of the ACA and it's too late to get rid of it. No, it's not. Burn it down. Well, hopefully we'll get around to it.
What? Great to know both sides of the establishment fucking hate young men. Anyway, sorry.
No. One side of the establishment hates young men. The other side of the establishment expects young men to be functioning members of society. Those are not the same thing, but I see how a Bernie bro could fail to understand that nuance.
I popped off. Let's get back on topic. Now, USAID did do some good things.
Pop it back in, what can I say?
I won't deny that. But even some of the good things that USAID did were nothing but a bunch of fronts. Using Cuba as an example again, because these are some of the only ones that have been exposed so far, there was a USAID program called the Travelers Project that was said to be an HIV prevention workshop. But yet again, it was nothing but another covert regime change psyop. This was exposed in 2014 by the Associated Press. Young Venezuelans and Peruvians were deployed by USAID to Cuba's college campuses for $5.41 an hour. Really, USAID? Billions of dollars force feminizing mice, and you can't even pay your spies a living wage? Sad.
I'm pretty sure that's a living wage in Cuba.
Anyway, they were used to recruit college students into political organizations.
It's a living wage there, you dumb whore. Exactly. See, I found a way to put this nicer. I found a nicer way to put that, but yeah, we agree in principle.
With the goal of turning them against their government. The goal of, once again, creating political division. In the exposed memos about this, USAID called their HIV workshop the, quote, perfect excuse.
You guys know how I think he's doing, but Democrats and other critics say that he's going too far too fast, and they are criticizing him.
Right. But we're totally funding DEI in Vietnam for pure humanitarian reasons, I'm sure.
You grow more proud when you listen to white women talk. Where was that? What was that meme about fucking groypers when they are told that in order to save the white race, they need to have sex with white women? I will hopefully remember to edit that into the VOD.
This was done so sloppily that even our boy John Bolton came out and disavowed it, but not without saying he thought it was a good idea in principle. Yes, it's a great idea to create taxpayer-funded secret psyops all over the world in order to f*** with other countries' politics. Just don't recruit—
Listen, as long as they work,
recruit teenagers to do it next time, okay? What? I honestly just think it's kind of funny
It's actually cooler when you do it with teenagers. Just have a— See, again, if it was actually properly fucking executed, if USAID actually managed to build influence networks with informants and shit and actually build up influential people in the countries they want to target, I would have had significantly less of an issue with them. But as a matter of fact, they were just a bunch of blithering retards who were promoting gay race communism instead of combating actual fucking communism.
Funding anti-socialist agendas all around the world and disguising it as social progressivism. Don't think too hard about that one. Now, Cuba wasn't the only place USAID was culturally helping. On January 12, 2010, a 7.0 magnitude earthquake struck Haiti, killing 220,000 people, injuring another 300,000, and leaving 1.5 million more homeless. In the wake of the catastrophe, the United States provided $1.6 billion in reconstruction funding to Haiti, $651 million of—
Completely unrelated question, but is this the meta of YouTube right now? I'm supposed to bleep out all of the bad words throughout the entirety of the video? Like, I can't just freely rattle off cock, shit, pussy, cunt, and are we no longer a free country? What the hell? Is that the real meta? Is this what's actually tanking the performance of my videos? My inability to filter language?
Of which went to USAID. Rather than employing Haitian construction companies, USAID contracted out the rebuilding projects to international firms. For instance—
See, I would also rather trust an international firm over a Haitian building firm. Call me racist all you want, but I think that's a better use of money.
Minnesota-based construction firm Thor was awarded $18 million in contracts, and Mexico-based firm Cemex received over $7 million. But by far the largest recipient of USAID funding in Haiti was Washington, D.C. based contractor Chemonics International, who received over $200 million to carry out a total of 141 projects. In fact, USAID awarded more money to Chemonics than to the entire Haitian government in the wake of the earthquake.
Why would they even be awarding federal tax money to a foreign government at all, is my question.
An audit conducted on Chemonics revealed that the company had a tendency to not finish jobs, evaluated its own project on arbitrary criteria not having to do anything with the project, and failed to set timelines, causing some projects to fall behind schedule. In one case, Chemonics was contracted to build Haiti's new parliament building, but what they constructed came out half-finished and unusable. The company only built the framework of the building, not even erecting interior walls to divide office spaces, nor did they bother to furnish the building. Left with this, the Haitian government was forced to draw $775,000 from its public treasury.
The fucking Haitian government should have funded the project to begin with. But I guess the the important thing to ask here is, which one of the Clintons' relatives owns the company?
To complete the project. Despite these disastrous results, Chemonics to this day remains USAID's top contractor. The construction company was awarded $506.4 million in contracts in 2021 alone.
Okay, so it's just a money laundering scheme for people who have connections to USAID.
In a leaked email exposed by WikiLeaks, they described this tragedy as a gold rush, ensuring that it would be great for international companies. Seems like the only thing they are culturally helping is their own wallets, am I right? And you know how you always hear about how poor people are in Venezuela and how—
So who died in order to not tattle on Hillary and her connection to this?
the politicians are so rich and live in luxury? Yeah, part of that has to do with USAID. Billions of dollars of aid we sent to Venezuela just lined the pockets of US-backed politicians there. Only 2% of the aid we sent to Venezuela actually went to help Venezuelans.
It should be zero, by the way, both in amounts sent and amounts received.
So at this point, the whole world was basically sick of USAID's bullshit. In 2013, Bolivian President Evo Morales expelled USAID officials from his country on the grounds that the agency had conspired against his government by allegedly manipulating social movements in the country. He also charged that a previous USAID program that sought to help cocoa farms switch to new crops was politically motivated. Russia expelled the agency in 2012 for similar reasons. Its foreign ministry argued in a statement that USAID attempts to influence political processes through its grants. And in February, Kenyan Cabinet Secretary Francis Kimimya—
See, the funny thing about the Russia piece is that USAID did try to fund social movements in Russia. But we're going back to it being done in the most ineffectual form possible, because once USAID was shut off, the only people who were affected by it were like 1,000 to 3,000 literal who's posting shit on Twitter about feminist fucking allyship and struggles and LGBTQ rights in Russia on Russian-speaking Twitter to no one in particular. And that's the extent of the effectiveness of those fucking grants. So, and there was like legitimate fucking, there was a class of unemployable fucking blue-haired women who did nothing for a living other than write fucking sub pieces on Twitter or fucking Substacks. And their primary and only source of income were USAID grants. See, I'm not opposed to funding soft power. This is limp dick power. This is soft impotence. That is not how you fucking topple a government. You don't fund the most annoying fucking people that nobody wants to associate with.
Yeah, claimed that his government had evidence that USAID had hired activists to organize anti-government protests in Nairobi in an effort to topple the government. Oh, and if you're wondering why so many news outlets and journalists were freaking out over the potential shutting down of USAID, yeah, it's probably because it's where their paychecks were coming from. Yeah, apparently USAID was funding about 6,200 journalists and 707 news outlets all across the world.
Journalists aren't people. Smear merchants get the rope.
Not even just America. For example, the editor-in-chief of a Ukrainian news outlet wrote that destroying USAID was a greater threat to Ukrainian journalism than the Russian invasion. What?
Okay.
There were independent outlets shutting down everywhere, including Russia after the USAID freeze. So we were apparently—
Okay, there weren't full-sized publications shutting down over that in Russia. Calm the fuck down.
funding media in both Ukraine and Russia.
I'm playing both sides so that I always come out on top.
Serbia, Moldova, all across Latin America.
It's not really funding both sides. Any kind of publication that would have been funded in Russia would have been a hardline left oppositional media that was pro-Ukraine anyway, so it doesn't really count as funding both sides. And as to the effectiveness of those publications, those were all glorified blogs. Realistically, the only non-state controlled publication that matters in Russia, or mattered, past tense, was Echo Moskwy, which was promptly shut down by government pressure as the invasion started to sort of prevent any kind of oppositional signaling going out on terrestrial radio. And they quickly had to reformat into a YouTube channel that, well, basically it's a radio station that operates as a YouTube channel. And they're still alive and well because they, as an organization, never relied on USAID grants.
Independent outlets shutting down everywhere. All because the little sister of the CIA can't pay no mo. So I have a question. Why the f*** were we funding media in all these other countries? Well, the CEO for the Center of Investigative Reporting, a USAID-supported Bosnian media organization, said it best. Quote, "If you are funded by the US government, there are certain topics that you would simply not go after, because the US government has its interests that are above all else." Oh, I guess that answers my question. USAID is also ridden
Again, based in principle, I did not see that applied correctly.
with other scandals, such as covering up a child sex abuse ring in Kenya, kidnapping and torturing people in Uruguay, forced sterilizing 300,000 Peruvian women, and the famous one you all know, funding drug production in Afghanistan. Oopsie poopsies, we did little fucky wuckies. Now think about all the other shit that hasn't been exposed. These aren't mistakes, these aren't flukes, these aren't little fucky wuckies. This is what this program was set
I'm sorry, but fucky wucky is only funny if you use it once within the span of an hour.
out to do. This is why it was created. We were quite literally funding Globo Homo as a sneaky way to do regime change and American intervention.
And it's not even fucking good at doing that. That's my chief complaint.
Or do you think we're spending $1 million in Nepal to promote atheism because Hinduism is such a threat?
They don't practice Hinduism in Nepal. Nepal is a Buddhist country. God, I hate the federal education. I hate the federal Department of Education.
Cute. The United States won't sleep until there's an ugly progress flag hanging on Starbucks on every corner of every street all over the world from Latin America to the Middle East. Ah yes, the greatest American exports, butt, sex, and war. There are a shit ton of old left-wing articles you can find online spanning back to like 2010, even earlier, about how evil USAID is. Now suddenly liberals are acting like it's another fucking beacon.
I mean, realistically, those are also mutually exclusive things. You can't do both at the same time. First of all, USAID is designed to be soft power, which is not direct use of force. But second of all, like all USAID satellites were specifically aligned on an anti-war, anti-violence messaging. Like it was all supposed to be like subversive shit.
Of democracy that we have to cry and piss and shit about just because it's Trump getting rid of it. Frankly, I don't care. If they start dismantling things that I do care about, things that do actually help the American people, then I will care.
There are things that are helping the American people and the federal government? I was not fucking made aware of that. Are there pieces of the federal government that are helping me right now? Are they in the room with us this second? Can someone point those out to me? Because as of right now, it just feels like I'm paying money into a black hole and receiving fuck all. I guess the only the only prize I get is the prison sentences I did not get along the way for evading taxes.
Suppose where the trillions of dollars we spent on the Iraq war went next, please. Or, you know, actually release the Epstein files.
That would be good.
Do I think Doge cut USAID because they're our great comrade in arms, cutting off the tentacles of American imperialism? No. Trump probably just cut
American imperialism is based, and the world as we know it can only exist under Pax Americana. Cope and seethe, commies.
it because he thought it was a woke, gay waste of money, and it was. But as far as I'm concerned, every article written about how bad dismantling it was written by John Bolton himself. Like the president of Colombia said, take your money with you. It's poison. All the sources I use in this video and all the information I got for this video will be in links down below. Feel free to do your own research as always. And if you like this video, please consider subscribing. A lot of you aren't subscribed apparently. You just watch and fuck off. I will find you. Also,
come at me, bitch.
This video is most likely going to
I'm kidding, I'm subscribed on another account.
Be demonetized, so if you can and if you want to, please donate to me on Patreon, link down below. It helps the channel so much and I appreciate it.
Disavow, never give money to strange women on the internet. Okay, let's see. How angry do we want to get? This is a whole ass hour-long video. We're not going to do that today. Let's see. We have harmful opinions cooking for 8 minutes. Fuck it, let's do this.
Viewer for a number of years now, and I feel I have been a King Cobra JFS viewer for a number of years now, and I feel confident in telling you that while there are many reasons to be a fan of Josh, his
You what? Excuse what the fuck is mayo crafting? And will I have to induce CTE in myself to not to purge that information from my mind? You can use it to make a bunch of different flavors. Okay, let's watch the video.
most admirable achievements are those in the realm of flavor smithing. Until now, I've been too scared to follow in his footsteps, too nervous that the trolls will make fun of my cooking. But if the King Cobra can handle it, then so can I. Even if I'm not a gothic bad boy, here's my take on one of his sandwich hacks. A remix, if you will.
We got our buns. They're fully toasted on both.
Please stop eating Wonder Bread. Please never eat Wonder Bread. There is zero nutritional value in Wonder Bread.
Signs.
I'm pretty sure you're just mummifying yourself from the inside.
I'm gonna go with the Tiger Bread Bloomer from the supermarket.
This is the stick of butter that I used.
This is the bowl of butter that I'm going to use.
The fuck kind of butter is that? Why is it brown? I've been to England. That's not what butter looks like there.
I call it whipped goblin butter, and here's where the idea came from.
I fried it up in some country crock slush butter, original, what have you, and a little bit of beer.
I will not be frying anything in beer, but I will gladly combine it with butter.
Okay.
I'm like, here's the thing of it, when I want to eat, and start my own bar, call it Cobra's Cantina.
If I had my own bar, I'd probably call it a traditional pub name, in honor of my British ancestry. Anyway, we're going to reduce this down with a little bit of brown sugar until it's thicker and almost sticky.
Okay.
Similar idea to if you ever used to have Marmite sandwiches as a kid. Just mix it into a bunch of softened butter.
Marmite mentioned, day ruined. What the fuck is this? No, Terry, are you suddenly a British cooking apologist? Is this how I have to find out?
Oh, the black pepper to...
Do I need to add new rules to the Discord?
Christen it.
I'm done spending an obscene amount of money on takeout every week. Done.
I'm getting back on track with Factor.
And there we are. Whipped goblin butter.
Okay.
Named after the beer I used. Hobgoblin. Not a sponsor. And whipped because it's dating a girl called Jessica.
Can't call it a prosciutto sandwich or not the prosciutto.
Fair enough.
Let's get them open.
I've got a little bit to drink.
Sainsbury's prosciutto, solid. It's good bang for your buck.
And this motherfucker does not want to come open. Oh,
the fucking pinching strength of a toddler. Why am I not surprised?
Safe. There we go.
Good
It
man.
doesn't have any dividers in it, so we're good. So we're just gonna stick the pile of meats. Nice little square.
The whole fucking pack, okay.
Just like that.
My package does in fact have those little dividers, so I'm going to be a bit more dainty about it. Just a couple slices for now, but I will add more later.
You're honestly surprised why this man sounds like he has no lungs? because he's obese and he eats like shit and his lungs are probably inflamed and filled with liquid. Isn't he also a pot smoker? Like a heavy pot smoker.
Full little pieces of Spam cooking up in there.
I absolutely love Spam, but I've never had the bacon version before, so this is a great opportunity for me.
Okay.
I'm thinking these are done.
I'm not 100% on the technique for boiling Spam, so I just fried mine.
Oh, yeah, that deep fried Spam that we did.
Okay. Credit where credit is due. The protein content of this is kind of banger. At least in the Harmful Opinions version. Because we have I'm kind of middling on the beer. I'm not sure what that does to the macros. But on the face of it, prosciutto and Spam, solid protein base, good protein sources.
Did earlier. Look at that. Sexy.
Hell yeah, brother. Nice fit. Yours is 2 across. I think mine is going to be pretty much perfectly 3.
Aged cheddar cheese.
Huh?
Goodness.
Is that a fucking cheddar cheese? Oh, okay, I'm not going to question it. I trust Harmful Opinions has access to actual mature cheddar.
Oh yeah, look at that.
I'm looking, but I can't quite match you. Best I can do is make a cheese sauce. Quick and dirty microwaved roux. Add milk, whisk it, heat it in 1-minute blasts. Throw in the cheese, in this case Cathedral City mature cheddar. Whisk it in,
good
blast
man.
it again. You're good.
Add a little bit of onion powder.
I won't shake the bottle into it, but I'll give it a fair pinch.
Don't do our last ingredient. I might add some sauce to it if I feel like I want a little kick to it. Let me tell you something. That
The roux technique is the one you're stealing.
fucking fart I just ripped about 2 seconds ago. That smells horrid. Certainly not something I'd want. I'm trying to make. Okay, there we go.
The longer I look at this, the stronger I feel a desire to just go outside and run laps until I burn at least 1,500 calories just for the sin of watching this.
Not a big fan of Frank's. More of a Cholula guy. But we gotta stay authentic where we can.
And we're gonna spread. We're gonna take a butter knife. And we're just gonna spread some like.
It's not a butter knife, but
this
okay.
cheddar cheese sauce. All over.
Now that is just exquisite. A delectable saucing, if I do say so myself.
I'm not sure about sauce on top. I feel like it would interfere with the process of actually eating it, and the macros of the sauce are questionable.
And the bacon turned out fantastic. That's gonna look really
Oh,
good.
that is vile.
I'm gonna make for YouTube.
I'm really sorry, guys. I did my best. I couldn't get this thick-cut bacon I bought to turn brown and grey.
I like to get mozzarella by the ball. So I'm gonna take this butter knife. There we go. Put one right there.
I'll tell you right now, there is no way that I'm going to taste or even feel this.
See, what could I possibly put on this to make it any more tastier? Some red onions, of course.
Alright then, just...
Okay, you know what? Jump cuts in the middle of dicing an onion is cheating. Do it in a single cut so that I can judge your technique. You know you can do better, Eggman.
To sprinkle, there's far more crunch yet to come.
Nacho cheese Doritos. These are some of, if not, my favorite chips.
That is genuinely fair. Even if it's just because of all the MSG, they are tasty as hell. Typical Cobb's expression of taste and courage. The little onion pieces are acting as foundations to keep the chips away from the wet mozzarella.
Why are people like this?
Another layer of prosciutto will act as a force field against what comes next.
Kraft mayo with olive oil. Put a little bit of that olive oil infused mayo on both sides.
Fuck, I actually gagged. Oh, God, that is horrific.
Slices Oh, that's beautiful.
All the mayo I could find in the store here in the UK said it was made with rapeseed oil, and I'm not about that. Fuck sickos. So we're doing it from scratch with olive oil and elbow grease, because I don't have a food processor. The only real trick to this is you have to make sure the egg yolk is fully de-thawed. Alright. I'm calling it there. That's about squeezy mayo consistency.
The magic seasoning combination. Ready for this? A little bit of garlic.
I think he used to add a little bit more olive oil, but okay.
A little bit of cilantro over the top.
Here's hoping the flavor magic still works if you add them in reverse order.
That's a lot of oregano.
This mayo has quite an aroma to it, and it smells almost as good as tactical soap.
Alright. Oh.
This guy owns his house, by the way. Oni Dojo, let that sink in. He owns a house.
Chips down.
I'm not enough of a badass to just smush my sandwich like that. I placed my Doritos too carefully.
Is that a fucking prosciutto sandwich or is that a fucking prosciutto sandwich?
Just look at this. The trolls could never put this together. If they say it looks bad, they're just lashing out because they know I own their sandwich.
So here's the thing. Lose the Dorito chips. And I would go for Harmful Opinions version. Hands down, I have no issue. It's a little bit over-engineered. The handcrafted mayo, pretty good. I could probably just go for a Japanese mayo instead. Yeah, pretty okay as a sandwich.
Sad and pathetic little lives. They're almost as sad as the fact that I spent £34 getting ingredients for this sandwich.
Holy fuck. Okay. Brother, sharpen your fucking knives. Don't drag the fucking knife on the stoneware. What the fuck are you doing?
I'm feeling the pressure now. Will this be a worthy prosciutto sandwich, or have I strayed too far from the master's teachings? Let's get a close-up on that cross-section, and then it's time to dig in. I mean, in theory, there's nothing in there that's gonna clash too much, even though I've used every single ingredient he did, which was
the chips. The chips are extra.
Challenge I set myself. It's actually pretty good. Core flavor of cheese and onion, loads of crunch, bacon comes in afterwards, the mustard in the mayo cuts through, can taste a bit of the richness of the butter on the bottom layer. Only problem is it's gonna get real salty real fast. But what does my cat think?
If you don't like my cooking, then don't watch.
Resistance. God knows I tried. That was strange. French kissing at shotgun never felt so appealing. All right, continuing onwards with the React content, I guess. Let's push through. Again, more Mean Girl UFC drama, I guess. Okay, that's Izzy on the Stairmaster.
Alright, so Israel Adesanya just released a video where he revealed that he's now training with David Goggins, and I'm sorry, but can someone explain to me what qualifications David Goggins has to be training UFC fighters, much less cornering them like he's also done in the past? If you've been paying attention recently, then you—
Okay, here's my first question. Who the fuck are you? I'm not defending David Goggins, because as far as I am aware, he's not a combatives athlete of any kind of description. But who the fuck are you, my guy? ITP MMA's second channel. Who the fuck is ITP MMA? That's ITP MMA. I see a live channel. Is there a non-live channel? Is there a second channel? Oh, there is a second channel. Okay. Can I see the about section, please? Martial Arts Entertainment. I see no credentials. I see no accolades outside of the fact that you are a YouTube essayist. which is not a lot to work with.
You've probably noticed that a growing number of fighters have decided to partner up with Goggins, and I personally feel like it's a waste of time. When it comes to actually training professional UFC fighters, this dude is complete.
See, this is my problem. If I don't know who the fuck you are and what your credentials are, it's very difficult for me to assess your takes on training UFC fighters. Because as far as I'm sitting here, you probably have even less understanding on how MMA fighters train than David Goggins.
Completely in over his head, and I worry that he might be doing more harm than he is good. Sure, he's a former Navy SEAL with incredible endurance, but let's be real here, a military resume and a bunch of ultra marathons under your belt does not at all translate into effective MMA coaching, even if just as a strength and conditioning coach. Personally, I think it's a little bit irresponsible for Goggins to continue this little vanity project of his, but at the same time, it's not his fault that these fighters are turning to him as some sort of career Viagra, and yeah, I'll be talking about all this and more throughout this video. Okay, first let's talk about the fighters who've made the decision to bring Goggins into their camps. Tony Ferguson is for sure the most infamous.
That's extremely bad form. Tony is not going through the motion with correct control. He seems to be severely fatigued. Goggins is talking about fucking staying hard or whatever the fuck he talks about in videos, and he's not managing good technique execution in whoever he's apparently training there. Thank you for the hydrate, Dom. Dom, why are you following the fucking guy who posted a hissy fit about Kershaw being sponsored by GamerSups? The fucking BFE VTuber Kaio. I got receipts, motherfucker. If I could remember how his fucking name is spelled. What the fuck is this? Huh? You do follow several crazes to be here. Caught in fucking 4K. I'm just playing around. How are you doing today?
Infamous example, late in 2023, Tony made it public that he teamed up with David Goggins in order for him to strengthen his conditioning and mental toughness ahead of his fight with Paddy Pimblett, which, as we know, have always been Ferguson's two biggest weaknesses as a fighter. Look, man, Tony's always had some questionable qualities to him as a competitor, but being mentally weak and having a suspect gas tank were never his problem, so the choice to reel in Goggins has always felt a little bit strange to me.
What did you make of David Goggins in there? With Ferguson, do you think that's a bit bizarre, or are you just like that's typical Tony Ferguson?
I think it's quite stupid. Know what I mean? If there's two things that Tony's never needed help with, it's his mental state, because he's one of the look at the armbar Charles had him in. Know what I mean? He didn't tap. That's a nutter right there. And then look at his cardio. He's never had a problem with his cardio. So I don't understand why he done it. Know what I mean? He must be thinking that he's not where he was mentally.
Tony let Goggins drag him through one of the most unnecessary hell weeks known to man. All of this while...
I mean, to be fair, Tony Ferguson seems to be going through a tough stint, and I can see that doing damage to his mental. And one of the sort of known methods of recovering confidence in combat sports is putting yourself through a crucible to sort of force a hard mental reset. I know that because that's a training technique that I've frequently employed. Question is, how close to an actual testing event or a fight event you should attempt that.
Ferguson was already 39 years old, coming off of multiple beatings and desperately needing to preserve what little was left of his career. Sure, it's cool that Ferguson's the only person that's ever finished Goggins' Hell Week program and all, but there's so much more to fighting than being in really good shape. Obviously, strength and conditioning is a crucial part of the sport, but the idea of Tony absolutely destroying his body just a few weeks before his fight seems really dumb, and it definitely makes me...
Again, what is a few weeks? I'd need to take a look at the recovery protocol if one was ever planned. Generally... The thing with conditioning training leading up to fights or as part of fight camps is that it does bulletproof you to a certain extent. Having a significantly bigger gas tank, having significantly better endurance, and having significantly higher work capacity allows you to get away with a lot of shit. It allows you to outmaneuver, outmove, and outwork and outcondition people who supposedly should be beating you. But if you get them to a point where they're already heaving and you're still in controlled breathing territory, you start gaining progressively more advantage as they gas out and you keep going. being comfortable with being in the unfresh state. It's not even see, that's the thing. If you do enough combative specific endurance training, like if enough of it actually has carryover into your primary combatives performance, you don't even feel unfresh. You establish a baseline that allows you to do so much fucking work that you never even come close to gassing out. You literally outcondition people. This is what Kyokushin has done very successfully for years. That has been the training tactic for Kyokushin fighters. We outcondition people, and then we get to do our game plan of flashy high kicks.
Question Goggins' decision-making skills as a trainer.
David Goggins in his corner, though. David Goggins ain't got shit on me. Know what I mean? When I finish Tony, I'll go over to David and say, "Who's gonna carry the boat, son? Who's gonna carry them? Because it's not fucking him, is it?"
Like, at the end of the day,
That's
was
funny.
this really the best allocation of time and energy for Tony at this stage in his career? And I understand that Tony is just as much to blame here as Goggins, but my point here is that I really doubt that David's training regimen holds any practical value to use as preparation for a UFC fight. And look, it's not just me saying this. Both active and retired fighters within the UFC have questioned how useful Goggins' Hell Week is for a fighter like Tony. For example, Daniel Cormier had this to say:
"He's gonna be in shape, but I don't know that the fatigue of our cardio is going to be the issue. That's not what's wrong with Tony Ferguson.
Right.
It's not that he's not preparing himself right. It's just other things, other reasons are why he's losing. And I don't know if David Goggins is going to be able to change that because, dude, the weathering and the beatings that you take in that octagon can't be fixed just by mental approach and working harder in the gym. It just takes something a little bit more.
Okay, but what?
Also, I worry. You know, Goggins he works so hard. He don't care how you feel, and he's gonna make you work. I hope he doesn't beat Tony down and overtrain him.
Then Chael Sonnen added to the conversation when he said this:
"I love how hard Tony is working, and good things come from hard work. There's no question, but there's nothing, not the stair stepper, not the throwing up, not the lunges, not the sprints on the track. There's nothing that you'll be doing in the octagon against Patty. And no matter how much you want to say it's cross-training or it helps, you might even be right, but I'm right too. That's not what the judges are going to be watching for. So if you've gone..."
I mean, fuck the judges, but there is a point of sport-specific training that close to a fight having to be a priority. So, like, is hard-hitting endurance training good in a lead-up to a fight? I'd say further out. Give yourself enough. I'd say probably a full mesocycle before a fight is more appropriate placement. You max out on the endurance training, and then you spend your next mesocycle building skill and repairing soft tissue damage that you've incurred through chronic cardio.
Only got so much energy.
But that's a programming question, and that's a programming question for Tony to manage. And if he came up to Goggins with a request to do a training block that's not appropriate for his scheduling, that's on Tony to manage.
At an older age like Tony, you might want to spend it in jiu-jitsu. You might spend it in wrestling. You might want to spend it in sparring. Something that resembles what you'll be doing opposite Patty on December 16th. That's my only thought.
Goggins also trained Jessica Ai prior to her fight against Cynthia Calvillo in 2020. Much like Ferguson, instead of actually addressing her technical flaws and developing some damn defense, I guess she thought what she really needed was to get in really, really good shape. And somehow, even though she spent weeks getting in peak physical condition, Jessica still ended up missing weight for this fight, and she lost it by unanimous decision, which is...
I mean, being in peak physical condition can directly translate into missing weight because contractile tissue is heavier than fat.
It's fucking pathetic. Of course, it's not David's fault that Ai has always been a terrible fighter in general, but come on, all this talk about mental toughness and then not being able to step on the scale at the proper weight is crazy. Honestly, the only bit of success that David's had with training a UFC fighter is when he was a part of John Jones' camp for his fight with Cyril Gane. As you probably already guessed, Jones brought in Goggins to help build up mental resilience and to push him to the edge during workouts. Obviously, John went on to make easy work out of Cyril, thus this ends up being a good look for Goggins, but come on, man, this was always gonna be the result of the fight regardless of whether or not he was involved with John's camp. And now that Israel Adesanya has signed on to his program, I am feeling an unmistakable sense of concern that more fighters are going to turn to Goggins' methods in order to try and revitalize their careers, and I am equally concerned that he is going to continue trying to fit a square peg into a round hole. Sure, David's radical approach to physical fitness and mental toughness would benefit 99% of people on planet Earth, but when it comes to professional fighters, and I guess pro athletes in general, there's definitely such thing as overtraining. And I'm not gonna lie, I do wonder if Goggins' ego won't allow it itself to admit that his extreme training methods aren't practical for UFC fighters. I mean, this is the same guy who has attached so much of his identity with his...
See, again, I disagree that by default they're unapplicable or ineffective for UFC or MMA fighters. It's a question of how do you periodize and place that training in their training calendar.
Physical fitness routine, and he's constantly...
As long as the ultimate result of the training is them getting a bigger gas tank, them having better cardio, that's complementary to the sport. The question is, like, how far out from a fight it would be appropriate to do so.
Preaching about how pushing your body to its breaking point on a regular basis is the key to success.
Like, for example, I'm currently doing a lot of what you could refer to as chronic cardio. I'm doing a lot of karate skill work, which is roughly 2,000 calories burned throughout the course of a workout of me just doing kata and sort of very light calisthenics, mostly knuckle ups and crunches. I'm doing that now with an anticipation of attempting an exam in November. So I'm pretty far out. I'm more than 6 months out from my hypothetical exam. And this is why I am doing endurance and cardio work right now. This is why I'm cutting weight right now. Because I know that I will need a decompression phase. I will need to deload closer to my peak performance point because I need to restore soft tissue. I need to allocate time to very specific skill work. And yes, I need to fucking restore before I go through the crucible of a Kyokushin belt test.
And I think therein lies the problem when it comes to Goggins as a UFC trainer. He doesn't really believe in the idea of training smarter, not harder. To him, having anything left in the tank after a training session is a sign of mental weakness, and all mental weakness needs to be eradicated from the body. But in reality, rest, recuperation, recovery are all pivotal aspects of the sport, and it's important for fighters to ensure that they walk into the ring in optimal condition, both physically and mentally. Look, mental toughness is crucial. Nobody here is denying that, but MMA isn't all about who can suffer the most. It's equal parts skill, strategy, adapting under pressure, and a ton of other stuff as well. Goggins' military-style training regimens might build endurance and mental strength, but the mentally stronger fighter doesn't necessarily win every fight. And yeah, I guess I'll say it, I do think it is a little bit arrogant of him to believe that his mental toughness program is a one-size-fits-all solution for people of all walks of life, including professional fighters. Goggins being able to say that he's a strength and conditioning mentor for UFC champions is a very good look for his brand, but in practice, I really question if he's actually doing right by those he works with. But at the same time, when
I mean, if people come to him for a specific program, it's kind of odd if he would refuse to do the program with them.
John Jones, Tony Ferguson, and Israel Adesanya come to him and ask him to train them, what is he gonna say, no? I mean, to be honest, I feel like he probably should start saying no at this point, but come on, man. Realistically, nobody in his shoes would turn down an opportunity to work with clientele like that. And with that being said, I guess my biggest question at this point is why are these fighters hiring David Goggins to put them through absolute hell at such a late stage in their careers? Like, I think I can understand it a little bit more if, say, I don't know, Chase Hooper or Raul Rosas Jr. worked with him for a camp or two, but why are these fighters that have so much mileage in the sport doing this to themselves? If you want me to be honest, when it comes to Tony, Israel, and Jessica I can't help but suspect that they sought out Goggins because they started to doubt themselves and if they still had it in them to keep pushing forward. John, on the other hand,
I assume the other component is that they assume that they have all of the other I's dotted and T's crossed, and they think that they lack whatever Goggins is able to provide as a part of the training that he offers.
Is just a crazy person who I genuinely think wanted to get pushed to hell and back again by Goggins to see what it was like. But for
that also fucking feels good, by the way. I am dearly missing having a coach who would push me into, like, consistently doing work and staying in 5th and 4th HR zones, like at and around 100% my heart rate. Like, it's hard to do on your own. It's very hard to coax yourself into that intensity for cardio. And having an instructor with a stick stand behind you makes it significantly easier to just do that volume of work, to suffer through it.
For the other 3 fighters that David's trained, none of them came to him as young, hungry prospects that were on the rise. All of them sought him out when their stocks were the lowest they've ever been, and I'm not gonna lie, in each of these cases, they all feel like an act of desperation from the fighters in hopes to jumpstart their dying careers. Because
I would say it's also they're adding prestige by having joint social media presence with Goggins, which they could hypothetically use to pivot out of an MMA career that's seemingly going nowhere.
It's such a bizarre out of left field decision to make. The chips are down on your career and you decide to partner up with an ultra marathon runner who has zero professional combat sports experience. I mean, maybe they all wanted to see if they still had the mental toughness to even continue fighting, and they figured that training with Goggins would be the best way to put their resilience to the test. So maybe the issue here isn't Goggins, maybe it's that desperate fighters will try anything when they run out of actual answers. And in that regard, David Goggins is just the latest snake oil. And in the case of Tony and Israel, who've both been competing in—
See, I think it's unfair to call his approach snake oil. It's a tool that does a thing. If you're the one who's trying to apply the tool incorrectly, that's on you.
Martial arts since they were kids, and seeing as both their times as professional athletes are clearly coming to an end, I can see how anybody in their shoes would be willing to seek out the most extreme solutions to prolonging their careers instead of gracefully coming to terms with the fact that their times in the sun have passed. Obviously, Father Time is undefeated, but to Tony and Izzy, going through the psychopathic training methods of David Goggins is probably a small price to pay if it means they can turn the clocks back on their careers and get a taste of glory again. Whereas some fighters know when to gracefully retire, some fighters instead choose to take drastic measures to feel like they're that guy again, and for reasons I cannot explain, some fighters' drastic measures is David Goggins. Anyways, that's the video for today. Definitely let me know what you think about Goggins.
Kind of a nothing burger if I'm being transparent. Okay, this is an hour-long video. We're not watching this. We've gone for quite a fucking while. I guess the Carmelo Anthony press conference will have to wait until later. You know what? Okay, I'm going to let this video play out. I doubt that I'm going to have a lot to contribute here, but I will react to it nonetheless, and Strash Gamer submitted it, and I promised that I will do a reaction, so I'm doing it now. And I'm going to look for a target for us to raid out to after this.
I want to know, like, I don't know what to think about what I'm about to show you.
Go for it.
But I want your insight on it. Okay, let's go.
You want me inside of it? That's what I heard, my bad.
I want your insight on it.
Pause. Keep going.
Your insight.
Oh.
Insight. Am I crazy?
It sounded crazy when you said it, but...
Until I met the mayor of my town, Hoyashi, in Japan, and I told my mayor, why when I'm going to Japanese restaurants, they tell me away. When I go to the, ryokan, they tell me away, and he said, no, they're not racist. We become jittery when we don't know how to interact. It's called xenophobia. You don't want to look stupid in Japanese.
Remember how I keep telling you this, chat, that Japan is not racist, it is xenophobic, and it is xenophobic because it is avoiding uncertainty. How many times have I explained that to you, Oni Dojo?
That want to be perfect all the time.
Okay.
If I'm going to serve this man and I make a mistake, my face is down. So rather, avoid it. So he gave me a word to use, which is a greeting that says, I am sorry for being a burden on you. And it changed everything.
Osewa ni natte orimasu is the correct way of pronouncing that.
Once you said that,
yes.
But I wouldn't want to walk around thinking that I'm a burden.
Well, then stay in your country. Don't go anywhere.
Why?
Based! Holy shit! Get this man a truth!
There is something called multicultural communication, multicultural understanding, multicultural.
When in Rome, do as the Romans. Truth nuke. Exactly. This man gets it. Osewa ni narimasu is literally translated as I am in your care. That one of the ways you can translate it as a burden, but it lacks a negative connotation. The connotation is actually extremely positive. It means that you are placing yourself, you are trusting yourself in the care of your counterpart. I am here to be you are showing that you are cooperative and collaborative with the people around you. It is the most positive thing that you can express in those situations. He cracked the code. He started participating in the cultural code and has therefore received positive reactions to it. I keep explaining this to people, but they don't fucking listen.
Teach it. It's very expensive. You think it's there for nothing? It's there to prepare you to know where you're going and how to make the larger community feel comfortable. Not for them to make you feel comfortable. You buy that comfort.
So because you don't know how to serve me, I need to dumb down.
No. It's not a dumbing down. as a very American, and you are.
It's not because they don't know how to serve you. It's because they don't know how you will act in social situations, because you were not naturalized in these social situations, and therefore you are becoming an unknown quantity. When for the Japanese, an unknown quantity is a liability.
I'm
basically saying I'm so sorry that you cannot serve me.
You have come to.
But can you serve me?
No, you've come to disturb what we call a status quo, a functioning status quo. You, if you are a man of conscience, you know that I am different. I cannot expect the majority to disorganize themselves to accommodate me. I have to find that accommodation.
Very,
make them feel
very
that
correct.
I come with knowledge about you.
But don't they know I'm traveling to their country? Don't they know that there are, visitors? There's people coming.
It's not their problem, though. Why the fuck are they supposed to disrupt their way of life and doing things for you? Like, you are not entitled to people uprooting the way they do things to accommodate you.
There are foreign hotels. We call them foreign hotels. Go there. You go in.
So stay at the Marriott?
That's correct. That's why we have the ryokan. Ryokan is traditional.
Yeah, exactly. If you want to be a retarded tourist, stay in the fucking Marriotts and the fucking Hiltons, in the retard reservations. Pretty fucking presumptive, egotistical. Even it boils my blood to hear this.
Japanese hotels.
Okay.
You take off your shoes and your clothes at the door, standing naked, and a woman will give you what is called yukata, and you wear it. Whole bamboo floor is polished. You can eat from it. You all, men and women, have to take a shower in one spring water, okay? Warm spring. Sit and I wash your bag. Western people are not comfortable doing that. So don't come here. But out of curiosity, some of these foreigners want to go there. And then it has caused problem already. The woman won't behave this way if there hasn't been a precedent to this. You understand what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
So I want to. What were your thoughts about what you just heard about this man? If you go to another country, if you're not ready to come into, it's not yours.
Based, no lie detected whatsoever.
Stay the fuck home.
Okay, I feel like you agree with him.
You what?
I feel like you agree with him.
I tend to agree with him. I
Yeah.
tend to be like,
Agreed,
don't
absolutely.
be a nuisance. And it's not so much. I kind of understand. I kind of agree. Didn't really know how to feel about it, but I'm looking at what he's saying. And I'm like, it makes a lot of sense. It's not so much dumbing down, or I felt like she was coming in on.
Yeah, it's not dumbing down. It's you following the prescribed steps. Like, again, no one owes you any kind of, no one owes you to go out of their way to accommodate you in the way that you are used to. You are imposing yourself on a situation that has functioned for centuries before you were fucking born, and it's not going to change just because you have arrived.
On that subject with a lot of, like he said, it's the American thing, and just like, hey, listen, you need to.
I disapprove of that being an American thing. I think that's a dumbass thing. No one owes you their fucking country. Exactly. Yes.
I feel like that. I felt like that a bit when my cousins sometimes from the States, they come here and they expect everything they got in America to be here. Like, we went to a restaurant at some point, and this was just last year, and my cousin's like, a steak restaurant, and it's like, yo, they don't have no gravy here? You want what gravy? Yeah, gravy. Like, you have steak on. That's how you eat it at your spot. But you're not the norm of the world. And when you're gonna travel, they're gonna serve you steak, and there's not gonna be gravy. And they brought like something. It's like,
If you want standardized American style cuisine, go to an American restaurant. If you want a hamburger the way you're used to it, go to a fucking McDonald's. Don't pester people in local establishments.
Like, this is not gravy. This is sauce. I'm like, oh my God, dude.
Was it an American steakhouse though?
No.
Okay.
It's just
There's no such thing as an American steakhouse outside of America.
steakhouse,
Gotcha.
which we kind of make it different than them over there. So yeah, you expect it a certain way sometimes, and I feel Americans sometimes they do that. But when they travel, they're like they really expect. And it's not.
No. Americans don't do that. Idiots do that. I am as American as apple pie. I learned the fucking language before starting to habitually go to Japan. I learned the customs in depth, became fluent, if not in everyday use language, but at the very least in the day-to-day terminology that I would need to function, because I don't want to be a burden to people. I don't want to be an annoyance. I want to function cohesively with the people I visit.
It's not just Americans, it's other people, but I've experienced it.
Still remember a British guy you ran into in Taiwan who hated the food there. Remember you were at an event and you were given some beef stew type thing. It wasn't very good. And he said, proper food. You bit your tongue about a Brit bong wouldn't know anything about correct food. To be fair, I've not encountered Taiwanese food that I particularly enjoy. I've had Taiwanese food in Tokyo. I'm not sure how accurate it is to the source material. I'm just saying that in that particular moment, I may have considered that the CCP may have a point. for a brief split second, I may have considered that Taiwan may be better off as China.
A lot with Americans. So what did you think about that?
So I can't speak on Japan because I don't know the customs. I don't know if what he's describing is accurate. Like, some people are going to look at this video and be like, no, there's a bunch of racist people over there. They just don't want you because you're dark. And other people are like, no, these customs are real. I don't know. What I can tell you is that
as a subject matter expert, I can confirm that what he said is absolutely true and accurate.
A lot of people take foreigners coming into their country very differently. For example, if you think about a Western context, a lot of people tell you, be happy. Tourists are visiting. You should be grateful. But you have to understand.
It's not even about treating foreigners differently. It's about treating people differently for not fitting into the day-to-day. Like, for example, like, I am unambiguously not Japanese. Very obviously so. Like, everything about me screams foreigner. I am taller than the median Japanese person. I am about as wide as I am tall. And a lot of my features equate me to a potential source of problems. I have no issue interfacing with people in Japan because I bridge the gap very quickly and very successfully, and I don't stand out to them from a cultural perspective. My interactions with them are organic, and they follow suit with what they would normally expect. And at that point, they no longer perceive me as being an outsider. Like, oh, okay, you engage in the cultural sort of interaction that is normal in Japan, then you're cool, we can engage with you on normal terms. We don't need to be guarded against you because you are no longer a liability.
Understand, tourism isn't always a great thing. And sometimes too much of it can be a horrible thing.
Yep.
Take Barcelona, for example. They had protests where they said, we don't want these tourists here. Why? Because of the fact that tourists were coming and there was such a demand for them. People were buying up the homes that were supposed to be for local residents, turning them to Airbnb, driving the cost of rent up for everyone. And then all of a sudden, people can't find places.
To be fair, Barcelona was always a shithole.
Places to live. The local population's pushed out and tourism is booming. It's like, well, they're going to have a negative relationship with tourism. Is that these people hate tourists? No, they hate the effects of that. In that same token, I can imagine cultures where you want to be able to serve, but if you don't speak English, and I know plenty of people like this, if they can't speak the language of the person they're trying to serve, they're too embarrassed or they're too frozen to be able to serve that person.
Just a second. Taiwan food's based on Fujian province. Lots of seafood. I see. Interesting how that lines up with how Imperial China interfaced with outside visitors in medieval times. Basically, yes. Now, I would even go in further. I have a whole ass book, a second edition of that book, actually, which details how does it. The book is called How to Receive First Class Service. And the book in its entirety is dedicated to how to be a good customer. It's not how to demand good service. It's not about what you expect from others. It is very specifically about what you as a customer are supposed to do and how you as a customer are supposed to act when interfacing with first-class establishments in order to receive appropriate service. There is a certain qualification. As someone who's been in chat, whose name escapes me now, said that Japanese culture is a dance, and you either know the steps or get the fuck out. Yeah, the book is very cool. It's entirely in Japanese, so that's why it's difficult for me to read as someone who lacks a formal education.
And they just rather not deal with it. That's the real thing. Now, again, I can't speak on that because I don't know. So I'll claim ignorance. I don't know.
Yeah, but everybody speaks English.
Let Intuit generate marketing campaigns to grow your business. Intuit, your way to money.
Hi, Alton Brown here at the secret facility where
they don't.
Well, realistically, first of all, a lot of Japanese write English, so they can correspond in English fairly confidently because it is part of the school curriculum. A lot of them are very self-conscious about, first of all, speaking English. Second of all, we need to understand that the Japanese language is a pattern-based language. It means that rather than operating on free-flowing structures, there is a very rigid word and grammar structure for phrases that are used in specific situations. If you're familiar with the concept of kata, basically their entire language is formed of different katas that are appropriate for specific social situations. And they are most comfortable when they engage in social situations in a verbal kata form that they have practiced and they have confidence in. If they are forced to engage in the English language, it puts them into a situation of a severe discomfort because they're not used to it, they're not practiced in it, they do not know the correct word orders, the correct phrases. They become conscious of their word choice because word choice matters a lot in Japanese, significantly more than it does in English. And all of those things sort of combining and mounting, they will put themselves in a situation of they would rather just not engage with you at all than risk losing face from performing a social faux pas, attempting to meet you halfway. And if you go to Japan, I think it's not an unreasonable expectation to learn the fucking language, to be able to operate on a very basic day-to-day level. Just have the common courtesy of not being a bitch and a burden to the people around you. Because if you express at least a minimal amount of effort to try to meet people at where they are, trust you me, the Japanese will fall over themselves trying to accommodate you. Because you're going to bring the ball back into a court where they are sort of comfortable and they're going to be very eager to sort of lead you through this dance of appropriate social interactions. So no, it's incorrect to assume that everyone in Japan speaks English. And if anything, I would wish that there were significantly less English signage.
Another example. I traveled to Ethiopia. Some places, they don't want foreigners there. The reason being is they're used to their stuff a certain way. When a foreign comes in, one, they don't speak the foreigner's language. Two, they don't want to disrupt the way that, and they don't like the feeling of outsiders observing them. It's not that they hate you. It's that they want to keep this stuff for locals, by locals, and keep that environment.
They just don't want to feel like a zoo.
Yeah. So it's not even like, oh, a white person came in or whatever. You could be from a different African nation. They still don't want it. There's plenty of places where tourism is encouraged or accepted or whatever. And it's not that different in even a Western context. Like, there's some neighborhoods you're just not supposed to travel to. They don't want to see your ass there. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my God, is that Compton? I just got to oh my God. That Pitbull, can I pet it? Oh my God.
And you know what's fucked up? They do tours of Compton. They have tour buses where you pay people to go see dangerous areas. It's like, what the fuck is this zoo-like shit?
What the fuck is this?
But we've commodified.
Are there tour buses to Oakland yet?
You know, tourism so much, and we've made it such a... But in some cases, it can be bad. It can be really bad. So she said something that's interesting. She said, I have to lower myself. No, you're going into an environment where social...
This is my spot, not yours also. If you being around fucks up my spot, I don't want you around. Yeah, fair enough.
Norms are just not the same. You have to accommodate that. They're not supposed to accommodate you. This isn't a situation where the customer is almost right. Even though Japanese pride themselves on customer service when it comes to their establishment, creating a great, clean environment where you're going to be well taken care of, there's a certain level of respect for the culture that you have to have.
You need to participate in that service for them to correctly execute that service for your benefit.
Adherence to it, especially when you leave a lot of the places that are catered towards Westerners. And this is true for any place. I go to some places in Korea, they're just not going to want foreigners in there. They don't know how to serve you. You're going to take up their space, you're going to take up their resources, and they're not even sure if they can give you a good experience. I'd rather you leave, go somewhere where they can serve you. Is that crazy? I don't think so.
And you're gonna talk shit not because it was bad service, but it was not the business, the service that you're accustomed to at home.
Yeah,
that's just
So
I can get.
What does it say in the comments? Pull it up. I want to actually see what the comments say.
That's a good.
Because like a lot of people who may have gone may have had something. I'm a chef at a restaurant in Shizuoka, Japan, with a Japanese wife, and he's absolutely correct. I've never had a problem with eating out anywhere in Japan because I always bow and give a formal Japanese greeting, no problem. And I do it in reverse when Japanese come into my restaurants. Our greeting in Nihongo, our business culture is in Japanese, so we are always busy. Someone asked a question. Well, the question has to be asked: do these people also adjust when they are visiting? If you ever pay attention to some Asians, but if you pay attention to Japanese tourists, they don't try to take up space everywhere. They're trying to be very mindful. They don't just leave trash.
The Chinese, however.
And the same way a lot of foreigners go to their country and do things dirtily, they don't do that. A lot of cultures do pride themselves on how they behave when they go overseas. Not everybody, but some, right? So I would say, in my experience, Japanese tourists are great. Having been an Airbnb host myself, I've had people from all different countries. And let me tell you, some stereotypes are accurate. But in my experience, when I've had Japanese guests, they've been good.
What stereotypes?
And I don't even know why this shit is like so crazy.
He knows.
You might come from a culture where you when you go to other places, you got to take off your shoes when you go inside the front door. Oh, is that bowing? Is that like you having? Yes, that's you adjusting to the way they do stuff.
I don't wear outdoor shoes inside of my house. Fucking sue me. The house is for being barefoot.
You don't want to do that?
I barely wear shoes outside of the house. I wear flip-flops.
We don't want to serve you. You don't want to bow and do things respectfully however they want to do it. We don't want to serve you. I don't understand, for the life of me, people who travel to purposefully not engage with the culture they're going to visit. You paying thousands of dollars to be 1,000% American and try to Americanize other places. Why? Don't you want to have an immersive experience?
Exactly. I pay a lot of money to go to Japan, and I insist on Japan staying Japan, not a fucking amusement park for European retards. A family friend of yours always said no shoes in the house, and you didn't get it when you were a kid. You get it now. Your house will be 0 shoes allowed. Yeah, good man.
Like I don't understand the resistance to that. Oh, I don't want to bow. Like they're not asking you to go over there and suck their toes. They like, welcome, bitch. And it's just...
Yeah, a bow, by the way, in most social interactions in Japan is like 15 degrees off of like normal standing posture. It's like barely a nod.
Welcome, bitch. You know what I mean? That's not what they doing. They're not asking you to do nasty shit. Ooh, let me see your butthole. That's not what they doing. I can understand. Like, I think it's a very...
Arigato.
I mean, there are places that'll do that.
So, I don't know. If I can give you guys any advice, learn about the places you guys are traveling to. Take some of this advice in and travel in a way where you can accommodate the local population, because you are placing a burden on them. You are. As much as you think, oh, I'm breaking my tour. A lot of these people don't care. Their economy is going to be generally fine for most of these places. The ones who need your business, they're going to learn your customs and try to accommodate you as much as possible. A lot of them don't give a
Reminder that Japan was perfectly fine sustaining itself on 90% domestic tourism.
fuck about whether you come shop at their place or not. They'll accept it, but they're not going to prostrate themselves in front of you. Is it prostate? It's definitely not prostate.
Prostrate.
No. Prostrate?
I don't know. The word is close.
Prostate is not it. I can tell you it's not prostate.
I just got prostate on my mind. So
you got... I got prostate on my mind, prostate on my mind. That's crazy, bro.
I gotta Google this word because I can't just leave it now. I'm mad.
Prostate is wild.
Oh no, it is. It is prostate.
No, it's not. It's prostrate.
Yes, prostrate yourself before the Lord means to humble yourself and submit to God by physically lying face down on the ground or bowing low.
And showing your butthole.
Shut your ass up. Do not blaspheme.
I'm not blaspheming. I'm just saying what you gotta.
Okay, we've gotten past the substantive part of the video. Hard agree, very good. Give both of those men a true. We're gonna raid out into Mahosani. She's been a kind and cooperative host every time I've visited, so we're going to go her way. Thank you, everybody, for joining me for this comfy little yap session. If I don't forget to set things up on Saturday, we're going to have a tea testing stream. And that's pretty much it. We're going to yap some more, react to some more videos as we do so, but that's going to be the plan as far as I am aware. But I hope this has been fun. Make sure to follow on all of the socials. I may be coming out with more edited VODs, God willing. And with that, this has been Kuro Onii-san, reminding you to reject sweeteners. Bye-bye.
Like a Skyrim
wild
guard.
expeditions into the unknown.